Oeche Bashla Hakulen. Okiti Chati Ocheti Shakoin. Itachana Oyati Kavita. Oika Apevi Yokra, the Apetu. Chaten Nasulaki Chuma, Dako Ivola Kape. Ani Oyate Doske, Home Biki, Ivola Kapi. Naleha, when you have energy. To Kashna Oyala Kapi. You take Sohan, Chair, Uhiapi. God, Ota Kahekta Noshipi. Oika to Kashna. Stakuan, Husky Cold Stop. They'll go to stop it, we're checking today. We're checking the election there at the Robiki. Now we talk here, they know Gapiki. Then it's an Ayapi Kashla. Jump into the letter Kashla. Or check the Shako and the Nak, the Tikitona. Daki Wogla Kapikuna. Chate et we talk in Wogla Kapiki. And at Hanataki, Oyatiki, Mashaka Peke. Janaki Chikhovat Kashla, Makaka Laka. Ocheli Shakoiki Amanipane, Nuki Chikopo, Uzani Chipala, Mitaki, Oyas.
Wopilo Capello, Obichoko Mako, Itachan, Oteti Shako Itachanki, we talk on a true chief, or you can at the comedy, elections, you can stand back a little bit, don't take off. What we want to do is, the leadership would like to encourage our leader. She just lost a granddaughter here about 3 weeks ago, and we want to. She has a hard responsibility, and she's leading our people, but she's also grieving. But the leaders that are here today, they want to recognize and honor her and continue her work, continue her journey. I know when we lose a loved one, it's really hard, but we want to say a prayer with our leader, Kathy. And this is an idea of our chairman of the Great Plains Tribal Chairman. And so I'll let him say a few words and then we'll do the ceremony.
Recently, you know, the ceremony we're going to do this morning is we're going to welcome Kathy back to the circle again. We need her leadership for the Great Plains region. And this morning when we did the grand entry, there was no disrespect of how we marched in. You know, usually the staff leads the way. And that's kind of how we marched in that respect, in that sense. So, but we want to be respectful when we come visit each tribal nation, and that's kind of what we did. Let the staff lead the way. Just a reminder that you know we come here in a good way. But also we also want to. Welcome Kathy back into our circle again, because you know we need her leadership, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and this is a good way to in doing that, you know, out of respect and our way of doing things, our traditional ways. So with that, we want to do a little welcome back, or wiping of the tears ceremony here, and we wish. Kathy and her family, you know, good things to come in the future, and that she picks her back up where she left off when she came into office to help keep her strong. You know, we are aware of her loss and her family's loss, and so we want to honor and welcome her back. With that, I'll turn it back over and we can do a little ceremony of wiping her tears.
Okay, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. active. But before they tell us to put it around and continue with our existence here. And so it's a powerful song, and it really helps us and it strengthens us in a good way. So I thank the drum for that, and I thank our leadership for acknowledging our leader in a good way and doing a ceremony for her so she can continue her journey, continue leading our people in a good way. And I know that hardships may come, within our own people or even our tribal council, but we are going to see through her responsibility. And so I thank Frank, I thank you for acknowledging that as a leader of the 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. And now I'm going to turn the mic back over to you and the leaders. And you know how we are as Lakota people, Dakota people, our relatives. We like to take the back seat all the time. I like for you to move up another row so that when I'm talking to you without a microphone, you can hear me.
Before President Starkman starts his words, I'll just take some time to just let you guys know that we also have an event going on that coincides with this. My Chicanga Youth Council kids are hosting an event at the St. Francis Indian School where we have roughly 6 schools involved. And the idea behind that is the youth is a key part in all of this. Our goal, hopefully, after 3 o'clock is that they'll make their way this way so you can see the effort that goes into the next generation and the idea behind this. So my grandfather asked me to share that, just so you know that we have multiple events going on the reservation for this one event as well. And so I was going to share that.
This morning, to kick off this meeting here, I want to recognize the tribes here that are attending. And if you haven't signed up, please sign up. There's a sign-in sheet, and if we didn't mention your tribe, we apologize. We would like all tribes to be recognized. You know, we certainly don't want to disrespect anybody. But I just want to recognize some of the tribes that are here and present. The Sioux Valley Dakota Nation. 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Standing, and maybe if you can wave your hand if you're from that nation. And welcome. Yes. And I believe they're from Canada. Okay. Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation, 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 Naji. Okay. White Cap Dakota Nation, 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Oh, welcome. Northern Cheyenne. And some of their leadership are flying in. That's how they roll, I guess. Yeah, so the Northern Arapaho. Okay, Allied Tribe, right on. Okay. And our host, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And by the way, they got the credit card, so we'll be buying lunch. Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, we got Chairman Lavo. And the 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 Sioux Tribe. All right, so we established quorum. Oh, and we do have some people on Zoom. If you're from a tribal nation and we didn't mention your tribe, what's that? I can barely see it. Can you identify yourself on the chat? Brandy Eastman. And I do believe 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗡𝗓. And Amber Adams Boyd, 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗡𝗓. Welcome. And if I didn't mention your tribe, please introduce or come up and let us know so we can acknowledge you. Alana Little Bird from Northern Cheyenne and 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗡𝗓, and Ashcraft, Cheyenne, and 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 tribe. Okay. Cheyenne 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 tribe here. Okay. Chris Dion, Crow Creek Sioux Tribe. Cordelia, can you write those tribes down? Laura Blue Horse, 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗡, 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗡. Okay. I know we're running a little bit behind on the agenda here. One thing I want to mention here before we move on to the agenda, for those of you that that are just tuning into what we've been doing, whether you're tribal leaders, tribe, or just tribal members, that we are planning the 150th anniversary of the Battle of Little Bighorn. We've been having planning meetings. I believe this is, I think, our fourth. Yes, our fourth planning meeting. And this is an effort that includes all the tribes. So you're more than welcome in joining this effort here. We welcome everybody. This is not run by one tribe or one leader. What we've been doing is we're trying to reach out to everybody and get them involved. This is 150th. This is very important to all the tribes that participated in this battle here. The Battle of Little Bighorn. I believe it's one of our greatest victories here against the United States government, and we need to let them know that we're still here. We're still present, and we're still proud, a loud and proud people. So, so this is why, 50 years ago, when I was looking at some of the footage, it didn't look like we had a whole lot of representation at that ceremony. So this 150th, we're going to mix it up a little bit and bring our tribal nations to the battlefield site, and hopefully we could coordinate this in a good way. I know we're always running into obstacles. I do believe we ran into one yesterday, but hopefully we don't know the specifics of it, but we'll talk about that later on throughout the meeting. But again, this is an effort for all tribes to utilize their resources to come together. We did secure some ground of the actual locations, and you'll see that today with some of the mapping that was passed out. I believe maybe we can pass some of these maps out that Russell created, or maybe if we can have some staff pass those things out. And it shows the actual location of where each tribe was camped back in those days. And we actually secured the actual site. And we worked with the 𝗟𝗩𝗪𝗘 family to secure that site. And that's where we're gonna set up camp, right across the little Bighorn River. Now that is on private land. That is on private land. So we had an agreement with the 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗘 family that the only I guess thing that they were concerned about was that this be a drug and alcohol-free event, and we said we had no problem with that. That's what we want. That's what we want to do. We want to make this a good, clean, memorable event. And when the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡 tribes and our allies show up, we're going to show up in a good way and celebrate this victory here. Not everybody's going to be satisfied on what we're doing. So this is why we leave the door open. If you'll have a story, we want to hear what tribes have to bring to the table. That's why we have these planning meetings. There's nothing set in stone. If we set up an agenda and we're going to have certain camps, if you're not satisfied with that camp area, we can move you around. But we just want to share with you that we did secure a location. And you hear that I don't think the 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗘s are going to be here. And I was kind of hoping maybe one of them will. So it can kind of give us or answer some questions of the actual site where we're going to set up camp, and we want to set up at each location or tribe. How are we going to set up? Each tribe is kind of like setting up their own little area there with their own security and things like that. But then we'll get into a lot of these things that the Northern Cheyenne is going to supply some of the porta potties and things like that. We want to know what some ideas from different tribal members. So that's kind of basically what this is. We're brainstorming. And we want to put something in place. We want to establish committees, start communicating that way. We do have schools that are getting involved. I know the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗪𝗘 Sioux Tribe is going to set up their own little camp there where they're bringing in the schools, and they have to monitor them closely. And maybe we can share those ideas. That's what we're here today for, is to share ideas and to get a better understanding of how this is going to run down. We met with our horse groups just recently with the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗪𝗘 Sioux Tribe. We met with them this week. And then the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗪𝗘 Sioux Tribes, we have a coordinator. Cordelia, if you can raise your hand. She's a kind of like the special, I guess, activities coordinator. So we're throwing a lot of ideas out to her, and she's trying to gather all that information. So that's kind of what we want each tribe to do is coordinate your own. Kind of like your own program at the tribal level, and then we'll incorporate that on a bigger level with all the tribes. Eventually, on the day of the 25th, all the horse groups, we got to coordinate on how we're going to meet. Are we going to come in as one? Are we all going to ride in together, or are we going to meet up somewhere and ride in? And we also have the park service here. If you can raise your hand. Gentleman sitting back here, and he'll be giving some updates as we go along during this meeting here. Were you able to pass some of these maps out? I think you left some here. Okay, so that's kind of a general overview of what we're doing here. Again, maybe if some of the visiting tribes from Canada have any ideas, would like to come speak, you're more than welcome. Let us know, and we want to see how we can incorporate you guys and see. I don't know if you have plans. We'll give you a chance to come up and introduce yourself and speak.
𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 Radishna Matya Thank you for the invite. I want to thank the Elder Wayne for this prayer this morning. I had some very good talks with a lot of the people here this morning already, Tom. And I want to thank the drums for singing the songs as well. Thank you very much for being here. To the chairman, to the fellow dignitaries. This is one of the first meetings we've ever attended. The first time we've ever sent a representative to any one of these meetings. And I'm very honored to be here. But for myself, I'm just here to bring back all the information that I can. I'm hoping that we are able to send a lot of people, a lot of youth to this event, and a lot of our elders. So with the information I gathered here today, I will be going back. I will be saying a lot of good things about the preparation, all the people that I've talked to already, all the information that I have received and that has been shared with me. I will be going back to my community and saying a lot of good things. With the parks being here, thank you very much, James. It's good to meet you. I'm hoping we're able to, if we are able to bring a lot of our youth, a lot of our elders down, that we do have the accommodations for them. I'm not doing this for myself, I'm doing this for my community. We do have a lot of family members, community members that have relations, relatives on both sides, in the U.S., Fort Peck, Spirit Lake, Simpson, and they are more than willing to come and share their stories, especially our elders. And they do have a lot of stories that were shared down, passed down to them from their families. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here and to speak. To the elders, I apologize for being up here and speaking in front of you before you. And at this time, I'll pass it on to my colleagues from Canada.
Frank Brown, good morning, everybody, and to thank the Elder for opening prayer and drum group as well, and the leadership that are here for hosting this important gathering. And everybody that's here, nice to make some contacts as well. And I am also here to get some information and take it home as well. And looking to bring some youth down to Little Bighorn gathering. I was there a couple of years ago and attended the ceremony there as well. And I'm still doing some research, and my great-great-grandfather was 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. He was part of that battle, and the white cap, 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. After that, and also I was listening to some people here this morning that we did get a bunch of artifacts back as part of repatriation. That included some headdresses and some moccasins, and one headdress had a tag on it that said came to Canada after a Custer battle. So we have that in the storage at a museum in Saskatoon. And I do have a picture of it here too, so if anybody wants to see it. Looking forward to a good day of discussions and first time here, so I'm glad to be here and nice to visit Rosebud. So, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘.
Renilo Nakiapido, Papaska, and Chiapamoido. I'd like to thank the lady for the prayer this morning, the drum group, the leadership that's here, and everybody that's attending. It is important to tell our history. Nobody else is going to tell that for us. And the information that I get here today, I'm going to bring back to my camp as well, and hopefully get our youth interested and come down for the little Bighorn celebration. I'd like to thank everybody for the welcoming to your land, your reserves. It's my first time here, and it's good to be here. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘.
𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. My name is Bill McKay. I come from Sioux Valley, Dakota Nation. I am a direct descendant of 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Our family, or my family, was present in the battle. My grandpa, 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, was summoned by a Northern Cheyenne brother that came to him. The story goes that we left in May when we start to plant your garden. That's what I was told. So from that time to middle of May to June 25th, that's how long it took my grandpa and his friends and his pedas from our area to come down here to participate in the battle. My story, as told to me by my uncle, 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘. I believe he has a video that was taken of him in our story. But according to our story, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 was the one who summoned my uncle. Before the battle, it is said they had a 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘 ceremony. In that ceremony, my grandfather was selected to be one of the ones to kill 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, one of the main warriors. So, knowing those things and bringing it from Canada to here, we understand the sovereignty that we hold. The United States government was defeated in war, and they still haven't come to the table to sign a treaty of surrender. That is something that all of our nations should understand. Coming from Canada, we were designated by the Canadian government as refugees in our territory. I am not a refugee in my territory, and we express that to Canada. They have recognized that we are not refugees in Canada. It is our homeland, our territory. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. So, knowing that Canada has apologized, we are sorry we called you refugees in your own land, in your own territory. We have accepted that statement. Knowing that statement, We do not have a treaty with Canada or the United States, Dakota, Canada. That puts us in a legal position. That legal position is nationhood. We are considered a nation in Canada. There is many treaties down here that were also made and broken. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 we talk about. That is all the nations. Dakota, Lakota, Nakota. We are a big nation if you bring all the dialects together, which is how it was pre-contact, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. It was an empire. In the Western world eyes, it was an empire, considering how big 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 was and the vast territory that they occupied. If we, as 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, stood up and collectively got together to have meaningful dialogue, the sovereignty that is recognized by the Canadian government should also be recognized by the U.S. government. For we fought a war that is documented, and that's what we're gathering about. This war was very significant in our history. We won. End of story. And if we are the victors, we are the ones that should be writing history. It's his story, not our story. But our story is being told by these gatherings here today. The sovereignty that we hold is still alive, and it's evident in this room. In Canada, we have started a movement, and that movement is claiming our sovereignty and our territory. There is an 𝗟𝗚𝗡 map that defines where Dakota used to roam, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. As Dakota from 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, eastern side of the territory of Dakota, we guard the eastern border. I come to the southern end of my border here, and I see the Lakota. The Lakota that guard the southern border. On the way down, we had talks amongst us here. We want to gather the Nakota from the Rocky Mountains in Alberta. We are actively going to have correspondence to see if we would be able to meet with them soon, to be able to talk about sovereignty and what that means to 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. The 49th parallel is there as a border of international border. That border runs through our territory and it divides us, which is what governments like to do to nations. It's called divide and conquer. They have divided us for too long. We must sit together, come together collectively to fight both Canadian government and the United States government. This is a fight that may take generations. But now that I'm a leader, I see the children and the families that are affected by colonialism. Colonialism has taken our people. It has taken their mind, and it's taken their spirituality, identity. Knowing that they have stolen so much from us, we need to acknowledge what they have stolen and taken from us, and we must speak up to reclaim it. We are a strong nation, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. We are the only ones that defeated the United States government in war. That is us here. We are the ancestors. We shall be proud of that. The youth that we are wanting to bring down to the battle, to show them what we are capable of if we are all together. Not only the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, but all nations within the continent of North America and South America. We are all tribal nations here. We are all tribal nations on this continent. Those individuals that came to conquer us are still present. Not all of them are negative towards Native people, but the majority do not like our stance. Our stance shows them that we are still here and it is still our territory. This is our land, and we must protect it for our future generations. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. There was a young woman here, young girl, doing ceremony. Ceremony is very vital to our nations, and to show our children and to allow them to participate in those ceremonies gives them the courage to carry on our belief system, our nation. I want to encourage everyone in this room to go back to the land, go back to what Kushi used to teach us. Kushi, the matriarch within our societies, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, she is the head. I don't know of any man that has ever not got discipline from his Kushi. And it seems that the only ones men will listen to is the Kushi. These are inherent protocols to honor the woman, honor the one who builds the nation, the woman. She has the power to bring forth life given to them by Creator. We must go back to who we are, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, because if we know who we are, the federal governments cannot take our inalienable rights from us. Our land, our culture ties us, our language and our culture ties us to the land. That is what makes us sovereign nations. I wanted to bring this message from our homeland in the north, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, to encourage everyone here that in the future we will have more talks, and it won't be about the battle of Little Bighorn, but it will be the bigger battle of taking the governments that are occupying and colonizing our lands and telling them who we are and taking back what is truly ours. Truth and Reconciliation Committee, they call it. What are we reconciling? What do you want reconciled? I want you to reconcile everything you took from me. That is the land, the resources, and the airspace. Those are the things that we own as sovereign nations, and we need to understand those things. I would like to just say that much, and thank you for letting me speak. God bless.
Home Dakepis. Учимо количество войны опять-таки, да. Это основная жизнь на печюзапе, вокида. Кидалкапе, это не кавита, кавитакапе.
Taku dana I won't kapta. Ana wana teha. I won't kapta. Dana ana ea we trust. Ana we trust ki. We show ya go back it. So how to a seventh generation after. Seventh generation ka ha Dakota ki. E ki inaji pet said after. Ana ana ka okan chompe. Kushi chompe. Kiata ha ujima ka hiteta. Ana they told us all these stories of how we ended up in Canada. It wasn't because we were refugees. They're not that he mentioned that the Canadian government called us refugees. We're not refugees of our own land. Entonces, Washington, ahí Taku washi ahibe oyate ke kakishi chape. Maza skaghe wakan yehe wakan ka. Ukishi don't kutape chanuputi he ohondape. Chanupugeo ki kape. Then I could Ocheti Shakoi Odoma Ahiape. Chances like you walk with that. Nice to hear that song again. When I can, I'll push that. And then I'll keep talking. These are ours. No, don't need to let capacity. Don't need to keep this. You see, she took that up. Ahana Kunshi Oganshan, then I took that attack or Wabi Sackers. Kahan, the coaching there. Yopia. Itaakiziste, taakiziste, yokte manita. Kahan sinto ahene yahan taakwas minaze. Kahan ahana vitaste kihape. 7 generations ka keda koti nazi tserate. Now when I edo hipe, we're seeing these things. The commemoration eta, that's going to open some doors for us. Ahana ta dona 150 years behind Canada. Ujima ka hita kupa. Ahana ka hita kaha. Tomoni kuptela. Wita, that's it. We never got together like this before. There's something, there's a reason. They're bringing us together here. They're trying to tell us something. And I have forgotten it. Our grandkids, our generations, Ubana. And you watched up there. They brought us here. It wasn't our own individual mind that brought us here. It's for us to talk about this and unify. As one. About a year and a half ago, I was told this commemoration was going to happen. Kuda Arba looking for it, they don't look at it. You're up in Canada. The only reason why they separate is that medicine line that they put across. But then we don't recognize that. We know we're relatives. Then watching the blood is still there. Lakota people. So that's how I got involved and I informed my leadership. Then I consulted from their own communities. I'm just an informer. I'm just the one that's carrying this message on to our people from back home. And I got fortunate enough to talk with Cordelia and Lewis. You know, these gentlemen are people that are organizing this event. Thank you. Carry on. Keep going what you're doing, and we're going to be here. We're going to be involved too. We want to be part of this. So we're going to go home. We're going to take all the information we hear from this conference. We're going to get together up north too. A lot of our people are Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. But what the interesting part is, the Ukicha said, after the battle was over, the ancestors, Okan, Kushis, they said, take our culture, take our tradition, preserve it, take this medicine, the teaching, the ceremonies. Take them as far north as you can, away from the U.S. government, because you know the U.S. government is gonna try to take that away from us. And so that's how we ended up in Canada. It wasn't because of refugees or nothing. The ancestors, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, are the ones that told us to go up north. So that's like put more outlet. We're in Canada now. But all this is part of our territory, the way they told us and taught us. So this is what we want to carry on, and this 150th commemoration is going to be something. I know it's going to create a lot of unity, which was lacking over the years. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. That's the understanding that I'm getting. We know each other from the powwow circles and all that. My leaders here, my 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘s, 𝗟𝗓𝗡s, they're all powwow people. And over the years, they got to meet people from down south here. And they have great ties with these people. But there was also always something missing. Always something missing. And that was that unity. Unity. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 as one. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Dana, uchoy dana hana ta'u. We didn't invent this. Folks know there's a reason why our grandfather said 7th generation out there. We're in that 7th generation now. God can focus it, but something's going to happen. But we don't know what's going to happen. But one thing that we have to look at is to unify. Not for ourselves, but for our future generations that are going to be coming. And you watch that stuff. We always look forward to our grandkids that are coming. So that's what I really like. I've been involved in politics back home too for most of my life. But I always knew that there's something lacking within our nationhood. And I believe that this is what was lacking. Is to and that's what's going to come out of this, the way I feel it and I see it. Thank you for the invitation. Releasing the big shoes of the cat. I hope.
Okay, that's always interesting to hear from other tribal nations, our relatives to the north. I think they're a little bit overdressed for the weather down here. But, we had nice weather today, so I was outside getting the flag, and I just realized that, it's probably cold up that way. Snowing, yes. It's snowing, so. But I'm going to turn the mic over to Chairman Lavo and let him introduce himself.
Good to see everyone today. Thank the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for hosting this event. Happy to be here with you all. Good to see that the relatives from up north welcome you home. And we're happy to see you all here today. So honored to be here with you all. I'm glad you were able to drive through Cheyenne River, our reservation. So we got one of the biggest reservations of the Sioux. So again, we welcome you home and welcome you come back. Come back. We'll shoot a buffalo together or something. We'll eat a buffalo heart together. But with the relatives coming down here and us planning on this little Bighorn meeting, and it really makes me think of like they said, unity and coming together and being one empire. I like that word. That was pretty cool. Together again, that's really powerful. We defeated the enemy when we were together. We defeated the United States by being united.
If we can have that same unity again, then just think of the things we can do together with that unity. So again, I really, really good to see you all. And maybe in the future we can plan like a national Sioux Council, where we can get all the Sioux tribes at one meeting and have one council meeting together, where like each tribe would send their chairman or their president or their chief, whoever's their official that leads their tribe, and that one leader would represent their tribe at that national Sioux Council meeting, just like we did, 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘 a long time ago. And so that's something I'd like to see, maybe later this year, maybe later this fall, we can plan on that. So get everyone together like we're talking about here to maybe have that meeting once a year, and then we talk about the things that affect us the most as a 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘. Talk about our buffalo, talk about our children, talk about our language, talk about our sacred sites. There's several areas like think of Pipestone. You kind of put that oil pipeline in there and do things like that. We have to stand up and protect those sacred sites. And we're taking back these Black Hills. We just did the co-management agreement with the Forest Service. That was really a good deal to get ourselves back into that partnership, that management of the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. So that's, and pretty soon over time we continue that relationship. We always have that presence there, and that's our responsibility as Lakota, Dakota, 𝗖𝗢𝗑 to the land, to these sacred sites. And same with the Park Service. I see James is here. Same thing there. We want to get on a co-management, co-stewardship with all the parks in our traditional areas like Little Bighorn and Yellowstone and Wind Cave, all those areas. So yeah, we've been planning this on our own as well. We have from 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Sioux Tribe, we have our planning committee, and we have Tom Eagle staff. He's here today. Tom, you want to throw a fist up for everyone? There you go. Tom Eagle staff, he's leading our planning committee, and we have our elder here today, Bruce Brownwood. He's cruising around on his wheelchair, but yeah, he's another good elder to have on board with us. He has a lot of history and knowledge, and also have Des Clown here from our office, and other relatives that are on our planning committee. Our cultural center director, Davey West, and our DIPO, our cultural preservation officer, Steve Vance. He's also on. A couple more elders we have on, like Dana Dupree's, and we have Francine Hall. She's our planning director. A couple other ones, and we've been meeting every week lately, and so that was making some big progress. And for us, the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Sioux Tribe, we actually purchased land out south of the battlefield, 200 acres, and it's a ranch, has a ranch house and barn and corrals, and have the whole setup out there. So we were getting ready for this years ago. Back, I don't know, before COVID, I think we purchased that land, and we welcomed all the Sioux tribes to chip in with us. But so far, they said, "Buhashi." Yeah, they keep telling me that. Wayne Boyd keeps saying, "Yeah, we're gonna buy in," and then okay, sounds good. Next year he says the same thing. Indian time. But yeah, we're planning on setting up camp there on that 200 acres, and there's plenty of room for any other tribes that want to also camp there. You're sure welcome to come and camp with us, and we'll give you a discount. So a nice discount, 50% off. And but if you want to camp at
at the other site, that's fine too. And just remember, if the real birds, if the crows kick you out, you can always come back to Cheyenne River. All right. But yeah, it's an honor to be here with you all, and I thank you for allowing me to be here with you. And before I go, I wanted to say, to explain that on Cheyenne River, I'm sure you already know this, but there's 4 bands of Lakota that live on Cheyenne River. It's the 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘, it's the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗙, it's the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, it's the 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and those are all live on that reservation. And and all of those bands are represented of course, at Little Bighorn. I told James yesterday, I said, hey man, all 4 of our bands, if you add up all those warriors, we got the majority of the warriors that we sent into that battle. And then, James don't even acknowledge that. I don't know why. He's still mad at us, I think, because Custer got beat, I guess. But again, I thank you, my relatives, and really honored to be here with you all today. With Dr. Hassan.
Again, we have some of the Sioux tribes here, and we're going to turn it over to the whole tribe. Let her say a few words before we move on, and turn it over to Kathleen, President 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘.
Well, it's too short for all the mics. Midaki 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗙 napi Kathleen 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘 matcha I'm the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗙𝗙, and I am welcoming you all here today. It's an honor to see you all and to have us all be together as a great Sioux Nation. All of us joining together, bringing this unity. It's been really exciting as we've been meeting. It's been growing. We have a lot more participation. And like Frank had mentioned, this is for everyone. This is for everyone to be a part of, to help with the planning and see what each of you can bring to make this be one of the greatest gatherings of all of our people. We are all related. As we say that, being one nation, that does make us strong. It does help us to show the United States what strength we have as one body. But I wanted to welcome you all here to 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘 country, and I hope that you're going to enjoy yourself. And as we have been meeting, this area that we've gone to, it's remarkable. To actually go to where we're going to gather, you can feel, it touches your heart. It's a great thing to be there because we feel that strength when we're all standing there. We went and we visited, and we went down by the river where one of the camping areas are, and it does something to you. In your 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘, you feel it. And so I'm not going to say too much. I've been gone for about a month, and I'm back now, and I'm thankful for 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗚 for doing the ceremony for me. It has been really hard. It is something that took a part of me away, but I'm trying to be as strong as I can. And so I thank all of you for your encouragement, for your compassion, and for everything you've said to me as you went through and shared with me your words of encouragement, your hugs, your handshakes. I need this. I need this strength right now. And I made a commitment, and I stepped into a role that is a challenge, but I am taking it on. I made a commitment to fulfill it. For our people that made that decision to elect me, to put me into this position, they put me here for a reason, and I intend to fulfill that, to keep leading our people as best I can. I used to talk to my 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘 all the time, and I would tell her about life. and about the next life. Never thinking that today I'd be standing here without her, but I know she's with me in spirit. And when I feel weak, I know that those relatives of mine that have gone beyond me are standing beside me. They have their hand on me, and they're holding me up and giving me that strength to continue. For our tribe, my 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 was really proud because I am the first female 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 for Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And that takes a lot. It didn't change me. It didn't make me feel like I was more powerful than anyone. It gave me the opportunity to be here for the people, because from a perspective of 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, raising our children, birthing our children, it gives us a different strength that's needed, because we as women, as mothers, as grandmothers, aunties, we take care of our family. And as a 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, I'm taking care of my family. I'm taking care of the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. So I just want to welcome you all and thank you for being here. And as we move forward and go on to our next planning meeting, it's getting more and more realistic. It's really, I'm getting anxious. And I think it's going to be the most powerful gathering that anyone has ever seen. So thank you all. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘.
𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, President Whitman. Okay, does anybody from the Northern Arapaho or Northern Cheyenne want to come up and say a few words before we move on? Yes, no, shy? Oh, there we go. And we want to make everybody feel comfortable, you know. This is no official meeting, but it's more, we're coming together and recognizing each other, you know. It's so feel free to mingle around too.
Morning. My name is Michael Yoke from Northern Arapaho Business Council. I'll just keep this short and sweet. Just want to thank everybody for showing up, and this looks like it's going to be a really good event if we get it going now. So hopefully it turns out pretty good, and I hope we get some good weather and planning on seeing all you out there. So appreciate it.
All right. Hopefully he didn't jinx us with weather. The weather part.
Bighorn. Very honest, nice just a bit. The whoop moment, the pivotal money. Good morning. My name is 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and I am the Northern Cheyenne coordinator for the 150th anniversary of the Battle of the Bighorn. I want to welcome everybody. It's good to be here as the Conju area and with our allies, and welcome the Northern Canadian Lakotas as well. And you know, on behalf of Vice President Ernest Littlemouth and President Gene Small, who both wish they could be here, but you know, we were part of a significant unveiling and introduction yesterday. Our tribe and our folks, our fellow Southern Cheyenne, were also out in Nashville for the dedication of a new helicopter attack vehicle for the U.S. Army. So that was significant for us, and so our leadership's out there this time. But I want to say that it's great, as Frank pointed out, our meeting has grown in numbers, and we've grown in terms of actually our development of this gathering. And as Frank pointed out, and as other leaders pointed out, it's going to come together. And I think back, you know, 150 years ago, we didn't have Zoom, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have roads, we didn't have trucks, we didn't have finance departments holding up our travel checks. And we all gathered. And why is that? And it's the thing that Frank and all of us know. It's in us. It's in our DNA. We go because that's where we belong. And as she pointed out, you know, that ground that we're going to be on again is sacred. Not because a federal government or the Park Service, Steve's getting beat up here, puts a monument there or puts a fence around it and designates it. No. We know it's sacred because that's our homeland. It's the same land that our ancestors have lived on. And when we say lived, that means that we gathered our medicine, gathered our firewood, gathered our lodgepoles, conducted ceremonies, buried our ancestors, buried our friends and family, and yes, killed our enemies. That's why it's sacred. So, as we gather and we remember this, remember that we're coming together in this time, in this sacred time, and whatever we got going on back home, whether it's personal, whether it's family, whether it's government, think of our ancestors back then. They had the same types of issues. And yeah, we may have come together and we all can celebrate the victory, but remember, the same internal conflicts that we have today, we had those internal conflicts back then. People that in our own communities, our own tribes said that we can't win. We should give up. We should sign that treaty. We should go back to the reservation. Or what are you doing? You're not even a real leader. You shouldn't be in this position. It's the same story. But we're going to gather. We're going to come together. We're going to commemorate. We're going to celebrate. And no one's going to stop us. Not back then. Not today. And guess what? Not tomorrow either. So remember that as we gather and talk today. Say this in our way. Aho, Niash.
All right. We have the Cheyenne Rebel.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Boy, these technologies kind of gentle sometimes. My name is 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗚𝗘. I am a representative of the Cheyenne-Arapaho tribes of Oklahoma. I am Cheyenne and Arapaho. I'm half and half. My name is 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗏𝗡. It's my Arapaho name. My Cheyenne name is 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗏𝗡. That means walking behind. So if you know kind of the translation of that, it's kind of like whoever my significant other is the boss now. I told my parents, she kind of cursed me with that. I just follow whoever that person is. But you know, we're here, we're gathered here. This is a large gathering of many nations, many people, many representatives. And as it's been said, you know, we're all related. I have family members that are from Standing Rock. I have family members, they got married up here. They're Halsleys. But they're also Sioux. I'm Sioux kind of on my Cheyenne side as well. Just a little bit there. This is momentous because this is a victory that the government, the historians can't hide. I talk about it amongst our people. I say, we have victories that history has tried to hide, that say our oral accounts aren't really what happened. There's active, not necessarily censoring, but victories of ours that you don't really hear about. You hear the sad parts, you hear the massacres, but you don't hear about our victories.
It's something that they don't want to talk about. But this is something that can't be ignored. Our victory. And today, you know, it's just another thing, you know. As they say, I'm old enough to be considered by the young to be old, and young enough to be considered by our elders to be a young man. It's tough. It's tough being half and half too, because for some I'm not Cheyenne enough, and for some I'm not Arapaho enough. I'm kind of down the middle there. But I just want to thank the drum, boy. It's powerful. It's always powerful when we meet. We keep our ways, keep it alive. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to come together and be one. Just like we were 150 years ago. Great things can happen when we do that. Just want to say I'm also the executive director of the language and culture, and I too am the representative for this meeting here. I'm the point of contact, I guess you would say. I just want to thank our hosts and all those that were able to make it here, and my brothers from 𝗟𝗓𝗡 and Lambeer. Aho.
Oh, 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘. You know, as I mentioned here, you know, I always try to brainstorm. One of the things that I was thinking about is, you know, I watched the Cherokee Nation talk about how big they are. So that kind of made me think, okay, so if we gathered all our tribes together within the 𝗟𝗓𝗡 tribes and our relatives to the north and all our land, what does that make us? You know? But again, as mentioned, the government divided us. It did not conquer us. We did not surrender. So keep that in mind, that when we come together, and we will, we'll come together in a good way, and we'll show this government or this United States how powerful we are. So keep that in mind. It's, you know, if we really gathered our data and put it together, how big and powerful we'll be. So in the future, we need to have these talks, and we need to come together, not only as tribes, but even our traditional government needs to come together and have those meetings. You know, we are going to set up a council lodge at the Battle of Little Bighorn grounds. So that's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing that unfold here, where all our tribal leaders, our traditional leaders, our spiritual leaders come and gather and talk. Maybe we'll be the start of something big that we will continue to carry on, and we can incorporate our youth and get them involved in things like that. We need to. So with that, we're going to take a little break here. Get up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to turn the mic over to Chris over here. He's kind of one of the young council reps here, and within the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is setting a good example. He's going to talk a little bit about the youth. Then we'll go into a break, and then we'll jump over to the parks, and he can give an update, and then we can all, I guess, yeah, jump on it. I'm just kidding.
Okay, Chris, I'll turn it over.
My name is Christopher 𝗟𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and yeah, I'm a representative from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I come from the Black Black community, and I'm 28 years old. Anyways, so one of the things that we're doing here for Rosebud for our youth is I know for a fact Pine Ridge. I've been in contact with their tribal leader, I think Dale, what's her name? Dana. Yeah, I've been in contact with her, and so one thing that we're doing here and that they're doing over there is we're gathering our children, and how we're trying to do that is there's a plethora of ways to gather youth. For an event of this magnitude, of this size, we went to the schools. We went to the schools and we introduced the idea that this is a cultural teaching. This is a lesson that our students have an opportunity to learn. Every school within the state of South Dakota receives money for a Native American student. They have enough money to send a bus full of kids to an event. And so the idea behind what we're planning and then the event that's going on at St. Francis Indian School is no matter what, you cannot do anything without the youth. You know, we can run 20 miles, but if the youth aren't there, we ran for nothing. Because it's that youth that's going to carry on the fire for the next generation. You know, and Rosebud, the only example we could talk about is Carlisle. You know, Rosebud had a youth council that brought back 9 relatives. A movement that started from a question that the youth asked, and that was, why don't we bring them home? And so, what we're planning is for this whole, for the group that we're doing for the youth over in St. Francis, it looks exactly like this. But the main thing is, what do the youth want? Because it's easy for us to come up here and put our minds together and come up with things that we might think youth will like. But we're old. I'm 28, and I remember speaking to high schoolers last week, and I'm old. And so the best way to get any kind of an understanding is to have the youth actually speak. Have them make those decisions themselves. Let them have that opportunity to do what I'm doing right now, that our leaders allow me to do. Give them the opportunity to speak. Give them the opportunity to have that platform. Because I'm a product of it. I'm a product of our tribal programs. I'm a product of the youth councils that our tribes have. And, well, I'm here today. It's a successful thing. If we care about our next generations, they will be in places that we wish to be at. What we're doing here today, it could be so impactful that the next 7 generations down the road will still feel it. What we do here today is a movement not only just for our nations, but for our spirits. I've heard it from our Canadian relatives, and when you guys spoke, I felt it. And that's what the movement is about. The movement of waking up our spirit. The movement of doing something better for the next generations, because our time is going to come and go. But it's what we do for the next generations so that they're not struggling the way we were. Like our leaders said, our ancestors, same struggles as we today. And their thoughts were the next 7 generations. The next 7 generations is what our goal is. And once we look at that picture, we can do anything. So yes, one tribe is strong, but many tribes that come together, think of it, we're just bands. Rosebud, 𝗟𝗩𝗪𝗘, Shannon River, we're bands of a much bigger nation that is also just a sub-band of the 𝗟𝗩𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. So imagine how strong, how powerful we could be once we realize that we're an indigenous culture, that we realize that we're actually one. They said that this all morning, and that's what we're trying to teach our kids. One thing that my grandfather taught me was, you want to do stuff for your next generations that you didn't have growing up. Well, I learned in my 28 years, my grandfather taught me through his many moons of living. And well, I wish, because we all have that, we all have that feeling. I wish I knew this sooner. I wish I knew this when I was in high school. And that's our goal. That's the idea of the next 7 generations, so that when our kids 100 years ago were becoming men at 10 and 13, takes us twice as long now, we can go back to those. And that's the goal of what our youth can do. And it all starts with them, bringing them to the table, giving them the opportunity to know that, hey, they're just as smart as us, if not smarter, because everything we do is for them. The reason why we're here is for them. And so that's what Rosebud is trying to do when it comes to gathering our youth. And the idea behind this too is, you know, it is open for everyone. This idea that, you know, Pine Ridge is doing their thing, Rosebud is doing our thing, Cheyenne River is going to do their thing, Sandy Rock's going to do their thing. That's great, that's beautiful. But once we look at the bigger picture, if we collaborate those, we can show the next generations that we're Lakota, we're Dakota, we're Nakota, we're indigenous people. We're not separated by these lines that they give us. These are prisoners of war camp. 3, 4, 5U, that's us here in Rosebud Sioux Tribe. We are a strong nation. So once we come together and collaborate like we are today, once we come up with our design, we'll have our own flag, we'll have our own standing. We have the opportunity to share our story. Everything you hear about the Native American comes from a white man. Every stereotype comes from a person that's not lived our life. We have the opportunity to show what we look like, what we are. You know, we're leaders, we're doctors, we're entrepreneurs, we're warriors. There are a plethora of things that the world does not know about us today, and this is our opportunity to show them. Anyways, that's what we're doing for Rosebud, and that's, I think, what I'm here for. Thank you.
Okay, again, we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll resume with parks, and I believe lunch will be served. No? Yes. Okay, well, all right, so we'll take a 15-minute break, get up, stretch out, move around, there's coffee.
Okay, so we'll get back into the agenda here. Up, we're going to have the Park Service come up. Give us a presentation and anybody who has any questions. He'll give us a briefing on what he's going to do up there, what he has plans.
Thank you everyone. Thank you for the start comes up and thank you for the good work for everyone today. For those of you who don't know, I'm 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. I'm the superintendent at the battlefield. These different planning meetings we've been working on for about a year now going on. It's been extremely helpful. Definitely want to thank President Sarko's up for kind of leading the charge and getting everybody together on all these different meetings. It's been extremely beneficial for the party. As he's mentioned before, most of our plans, I guess I should say, nothing set in stone. We want to do everything we can to make this a meaningful event for everybody. Looking for input, looking for feedback. If I've got something wrong with our team, I've got something wrong, please let me know. We're willing to do whatever we can within our power to address it and fix it and make this a good event for everybody. So with that, what we're planning for the park staff is a 3-day event.
Okay, we're going to switch mics. People on Zoom can't hear them.
All right. Thank you. For those on Zoom, sorry about that. Using the wrong microphone. I'll introduce myself again. James Nowitzki, the superintendent of the battlefield. So what we're planning on with the battlefield is a 3-day event. It's going to be June 25th, 26th, and 27th. With that, we're doing everything that we can to not only preserve the battlefield, the archaeological nature, but then put on a good display for everyone. Fair and balanced display, bringing out the culture, the historical nature, and also remembering that the battlefield is a sacred site as well. One of the items, as most of you know, we've been working on is a new visitor center at the battlefield. Right now with that, we're probably about 80% done on the battlefield, or on the visitor center construction. With that, we are not going to have the building open to the public for the 150th anniversary. I think the outside of the building is going to be the majority of the way done, but the inside of the building is definitely not going to get to the safety inspections in time for opening it to the public. So with that, the majority, I guess all of the events are going to be kind of outside the visitor center and primarily in the visitor center parking lot. We're working with the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 tribe to get a parking agreement off-site for the general public so that we can kind of shuttle everybody back and forth from the off-site parking into the visitor center. With that, we've got quite the increase of people coming in for this event. A normal busy anniversary, we get maybe 1,500 people for the day. For this event, we're expecting close to 10,000 people. It's going to be a very large event. The closer we get, the more people we're hearing are coming. It's great to see everybody from Canada coming and joining these meetings as well. I know I spoke to Frank a little bit last year before the 149th anniversary, so it's nice to finally put a face with those emails. So like I said, we're planning on a 3-day event. Close to 10,000 people a day is sort of what we're expecting and going with right now. We're going to be doing an off-site shuttle service for that. And then we're also going to be providing a shuttle service throughout the park that'll go kind of from our visitor center through the rest of the Battlefield Tour Road so that we still have full access with that. Some of the big items we're trying to still work on is how many people we're getting and what type of events we want to see. And more than anything, right now on my mind is the agenda. What we would like to see for the agenda, what we would like to see for the event. We've had lots of discussions. We've had some ideas that have picked up steam lately. And so more than anything, just trying to find out if these are the appropriate ideas, what everybody would like to see, or if there's other ideas that everyone would want for this event. What we kind of planned on so far was starting the event off with a parade of nations. With that, we have all our tribal nations line up, and then also we have the U.S. flag as well, kind of come down from the Last Stand Indian Memorial area and come around by the stage and put the flags in different flag holders by there. With that would also be the accompanying of the flag song, and then kind of going in after that to the national anthem, and the Montana National Guard has reached out and wants to do a flyover for the event also. So that's kind of how we're talking about starting the event. Then we've kind of talked about who we should have for the opening prayer, opening ceremony. Harville Looking Horse has been brought up by several individuals, and that seems to be kind of the leader for that one. So also checking on that to see if that would be the appropriate choice for that. And then we kind of go into just the day agenda. The big problem I'm running into is that we have 19 different affiliated tribes. We have our cavalry historians. We have the government delegation. Fitting everybody into one day is not seeming feasible at this point. It would kind of limit everyone to talking to about 10 minutes. It would be very cluttered. There wouldn't be much impact, and definitely not time for kind of the meaningful words and stories to get out and be told. So what we're kind of proposing, instead of just having everybody speak at once for the first day, is having about 8 speakers. We would meet with our Office of Native American Affairs to kind of go through that list to see who would be the best for that. We could definitely split it up. We'd also like to see other different items throughout the day. I know Bruce here has been extremely helpful in getting us some names and contact information as we've been trying to get different drum groups, tribal dancers, and possibly adding in the mix of different cultural demonstrations. So it's not just 3 days of just straight speaking going on. So that's kind of some of the ideas that we're looking at right now. Definitely love to hear the feedback just on that as far as kind of what we're looking like for the opening. If there's better ideas, I'm absolutely open to them. Definitely want to make this the best event for everybody possible. And then also kind of what the best approach is for the speaking agenda, or if there's other ideas out there.
There should be mics on your table. If you could pass them a mic. If you could speak into the mic so the listening audience on Zoom can hear you.
Thank you. I was going to act like Senator Phil and have 𝗟𝗪𝗘𝗏𝗏 and Keith Horslip and kind of decided to speak since he's always doing that with the Republicans. So Keith, come over here, please. You know, one of the things that I think would be awesome opening.
Harold, real quick, can you introduce yourself?
Okay, fine. My name's Harold Frazier from the 𝗟𝗓𝗡 Sioux Tribe. I'm a former chairman over there. And I currently work as a consultant with the Great Plains Tribal Chairman Association. You know, when you talk about an opening, I really believe that what we should do is gather Lakota people in Northern Cheyenne and Arapaho. And right there by Railbird, there's a crossing. I think they call it Medicine Tail Coulee. And I believe that's where Custer come down, and that's when they turned it back. So I think the opening should gather the riders there, and there'll be some reenactors there, and we should chase them back up that hill to where they've generally been charging. And I think that's an opening that I think is long overdue. And I think if it's 150th year, I think that's what we got to do. I mean, no ands or buts for the Park Service. I mean, if that's what we want to do, then that's where it's going to be. Can I get ahead, Steve? That going to be on the agenda then?
Yeah, I think that's a great way of kind of opening it up. We could definitely add that if that's what everybody would like to see. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. That's one of the items that we've definitely been kind of expecting is lots and lots of horses for this event. We've heard close to 1,000, I think, with some of the previous estimates. So it's just kind of how we can coordinate that, how we can manage it safely with the amount of people that are at the park. But as far as that would definitely be a great opening. Is that something we'd have to coordinate with the Railbird family and kind of the historical, I guess, cavalry reenactors as well, I guess?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. President? Yeah, if that's something, I could assist you and Mr. Lavo and their lady in coordinating to do that. I think that's something that would really bring back and instill the pride back to our people. Because as a Sioux Nation, that's who we are, we're warriors. And I think to display our horsemanship and all the things like that, I think it would be an awesome thing to open the event.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Keep in mind that if other people want to assist you, they're more than welcome.
Yes, and then like I mentioned, I know some Northern Cheyenne representatives here. I'll visit with them on the side and get contact numbers. And as we formulate a plan, we could get it to you, tribal leaders, so you guys can know what's going on. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Tom Millstaff, we're a planning coordinator for this occasion. My question is kind of a follow-up to what Mr. Fraser was saying. What was the charge uphill? How was that? What is that? What was that? How was that planned?
That is planned by a group completely outside of the park on that one. What that is it's outside of the park property. They basically go from 212 and they basically charge up to the fence line of the property. It's a charge that's happened, I would say, every year for probably the past 20, 25 years of a different group. I forgot the gentleman's name that organizes that one. But it's just something that happens every year and people want to see it.
Is that something similar that Mr. Fraser is talking about then, or something different?
No, I think this would be a different one that Mr. Fraser is talking about altogether. So the one that was on the agenda that says the charge up the hill, that's kind of outside the park property. I believe he was talking about from the sort of Railbird property, kind of where the camping environment would be, kind of going across the river and then into the park on that one. Am I correct on that assumption, sir?
Yes, and I know the Rosebud family real well, and I'll talk to them as well as talk to you, and I totally agree about safety and things like that. I mean, good proper planning, I think it'd be a well-safe event, but I believe that's the location that should happen, at least for this 150th year,
Yeah, and that was something that Henry Railbird had actually mentioned to me probably about 2 months ago, saying that he would be happy to work with people and that I forgot his exact words, but he said basically we need to have a lot more showmanship when it comes to the Park Service, and could take a page out of his book basically to basically show the people what they would like to see for that.
Good. Yeah. We are the group been doing this since 1993.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, excuse me. I thought we were all related, so I just went directly. They told me they ignored me. Well, I told him to come hold my mic, but he didn't want to. Already said. My name is 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and we've been doing Trina's father, Malonia, Roland Nestus, and Francis Chuck Zinneroff. We've been doing the Little Bighorn ride since 1993, and it's almost like 34 years. And we've been we organized through the Fifth Member's Office, the Wallace, and basically what it was to bring some several issues of historical perspective and for the youth, and bringing a togetherness. So over the years, we ended up bringing the Arapahoes and the Cheyennes together on this ride. So the question you asked about the charge, that is outside the park, and the reason for that was the beginning of 1993, maybe we'll have a reconciliation ceremony with state provided by the National Park Service. Our elders went to Custer's Memorial Monument, and they had acoustics made, so they counted 2 on it, and the park didn't like it, so they ended up not allowing us to come over anymore. All right, they banned us from there. So that's the reason why we ended up north of it's not park property, but the park's been very receptive, and they allow, during that time when the park was open, they would take down the fence and allow individuals to come. It was kind of really a good event because it kind of brought a little awareness, and a lot of the people from the park came over to see it. So I think it's really important. As far as working together, I think it's really important that it is. I know the place is really large. I hope that I've been talking with many riders throughout the Lakota country, and hopefully we will get a good doing. I just didn't need any more coming. Hopefully that the charge in itself, this is how it works for us, and I just want to relay to you. It's kind of like by the heap of the clothes, we end up going down to the Veterans Memorial Monument in the Crow Country. We gather there, we say our prayers, and we ride through the area. And when we ride through there, we go all the way up to where we're going to charge, and we separate in groups, and we take turns with the whistle and the drums going at the same time. We begin to charge from below the ground. It's kind of like simulating that they would charge up the hill. If they would be able to organize that, we all come together, and we start at 9, and we leave at the 10, it would be really a major thing. Another thing I wanted to point out too is that this is an opportunity for all the riders to come together, is to ride in the Crow. That's really something that we ride on 212, and we ride in, and then we go 2 by 2. The more, it really looks good when you all ride into the agency, co-agency. And from there, we go into we ride to, we used to have, I don't know if they can have it again, the Crow Fair, but we used to ride by there. A lot of our young people just like that kind of stuff. But that's just the way it was. And so I think it's really important to understand that part. The other thing I've seen, I won't be here tomorrow, but I had a suggestion, the old way, about 212. If we won't be able to stop traffic, but we can slow traffic down. And if we could get it down to 45 to 50, because if you travel on 212, the majority of it is in Northern Cheyenne and Crow Country. So if we could just slow the traffic down, putting signs up saying 50 miles or 45 miles per hour, it would help, because the semis are the ones that are really speeding along. I think that's my suggestion. and psychologically warfare, I know we're really good at it because that's what we're talented, and we taught the United States Army. We could just put the entrance and the exit of the boundary lines of the road in the northern triad, just put the highway patrol and the police car there. They'll naturally slow down. And on that sign, we're mechanical, triple the fine. You know, if you caught speeding, you pay triple the fine. I think those are just the psychological. I don't know if they would listen to it, but I think they'll do the point. So I'll leave you with that. And if there are any other questions, please. My number is 605-441-6405. And we'll start on the 20th. It's travel day for us. And we'll ride on the 21st from Ashland to Reindeer to Busby, rest day at Busby, and then the charge on the 25th. And we really emphasize, last year we had 100 riders. So we expect to double that again. And it's really nice to see a lot of us riding together. Okay, I believe we have some people online. Does anybody have a question online? Mr. John Eagle, do you have a question? No? Okay. Go ahead.
I just saw a memo here earlier. Says that you're only going to allow 75 horseback riders. Is that your plan? And the other plan that we heard was you're not going to feed our people. I mean, that's all written. Is that what you're following?
Yeah, sorry. So with the horses, what we're trying to do is limit them to smaller groups of, like you said, about 60 to 75. That way we can kind of manage them coming through the park. We can definitely have multiple groups. We can have groups kind of coming back to back. As far as that goes, we're just trying to keep them in smaller groups so that we can kind of manage them, especially with that many people, close to 5,000 at a time by the visitor center area. That way nobody gets hurt. We're kind of coordinating the safety, so it's in a semi kind of managed way when it comes to that. As far as the food goes, you'd be correct on that one also, sir. We met with our regional leadership team, and they let us know that as far as government funding, we could not spend it on food for the event.
You know, this coming year is going to be a very special event, historical event for our people, and we're hoping that we get as many riders as we can. And this whole movement is growing, and there's going to be a large amount of people there, plus horses. And I know we have to get a permit from you, and I think you need to send those out to us so that we can follow your rules. But if there's 1,000 horseback riders, how are you going to handle that?
That's a great point. One, we will definitely absolutely get the permits sent out to everybody so we can, any of those, and we're just using them simply for a tracking form. So basically we'd have whoever's the leader of the horse group fill one out with kind of just general information of how many riders they're expecting and kind of about the time or the day that they kind of want to plan through, just basically so we have a contact where we can kind of run through some of the safety different items. We have talked about that internally, about the possibility of 1,000 riders coming through at once with the Park Service. And to be honest with you, we definitely couldn't sit there and stop everybody. So you're 100% right on that one. We've definitely talked about it. What we are trying to do to manage as far as from the safety aspect is limit the horse riders to the roadway, and it would be on the roadway there's basically a divider fence line that would separate the riders from the general public. That way there's kind of like a emergency shuttle lane, and the riders could go through there, basically just for the safety purposes.
Just to emphasize, we had several meetings the last couple of years when Cheyenne River purchased that land. And last summer, we went up there and you showed us a route that we may be able to take coming from that camp on the south side along that coulee. Is that still possible? Because we were given the impression that we could do that.
Yeah, that's not the park property on that land that you're talking about. It's all through the different tribal lands. I know a member of the 𝗟𝗩𝗘 family was up there, and he was kind of discussing the path that could be taken. I definitely don't know the path from that property, as there's lots of ravines and cliffs where it would definitely make it unsafe if you're unfamiliar with the area. But coordinating through them would be the best bet on that.
Okay, and I know we only got several months, but I think we need to really have clarity when we come there. You know, it might not be 1,000 horses, but you know, it's going to grow from 75 to, and over the years past, you know, they always had maybe that amount of riders. But I think this year is going to be special, and we're not going to deny anybody that wants to come up there with their horses. And so I don't want that to become an issue.
No, thank you for bringing that up, and I agree with you completely on that. We're definitely not trying to deny anyone coming through the park. We're just trying to break it up into smaller groups if possible to kind of manage from the safety aspect than anything.
𝗟𝗑𝗩𝗘, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Mr.
Tommy,
Wissack.
again, two questions actually. One is how soon can a list of the different riding groups be established and maybe a contact person for those, especially for our neighbors from the north who are wanting to bring horses down and riders down, who can make contact to maybe join that group or whatever? Or would they submit their own application in the event that they have enough riders?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I mean, I think we should absolutely start working on that right now. As far as kind of getting the leaders, like you said, of the horse groups. Once I get that information, I'm definitely going to work on a list, and I can share that out. What we're trying to do from the park, like you said, as we're starting to get closer and kind of running out of time a little bit, I think we're about 2 months away right now, which is a little scary to think about, is we're requesting that we get any of those kind of contact informations, whether it's an email or the form that I mentioned earlier, by April 30th. That way we can get any speaker requests. The horse groups would be a big one. If there's drum groups that want to perform, if there's tribal dancers, if there's a cultural demonstration. Another item we're trying to do as well that was brought to our attention at the 2003 Indian Memorial dedication, several teepees were set up along the Deep Ravine Trail and then kind of also leading up towards Last Sand Hill. So if that would be something that's desired as well, we can definitely have, we could definitely work with you to get those set up for the event. So if that's something that everybody would like to see, let us know. We'll take a list and we can coordinate that as well.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. My name is 𝗟𝗩𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. So when you speak, could you stand up and talk? So this is being recorded so they could see you. They could know who's speaking. So if you're able to physically, if you could stand up when you speak, it would be very good so that we could see who's talking. This is being recorded also. Wopila.
Might want to stand up, Ed. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, thank you very much for listening. Yeah, go ahead. That's a little humor, Ed.
Tommy, no stand again. Just following up on the elephant that was thrown in the planning room yesterday, how soon do you guys expect an answer back on this trespass fee that the Crow Tribe is proposing or enlightened us about yesterday?
Okay, I was going to say, luckily there was some news earlier today, so I think President Starr comes out and go ahead and answer that better than myself.
Yeah, we just checked on that, and according to the word we got from the VP, I guess, from the Crow Tribe, that is not true. It doesn't apply to the tribes, so it applies to reenactors, or the fee for them, I guess. So it doesn't apply to the tribes. So we're good there. I don't think that would look good, but anyway. So what? Oh yeah. So that's we're good. We're good.
Oh. One of the questions that we have from as far as our my people from Canada, if we're going to be coming down, we're going to be bringing horses, right? So we got to know at least 2 months ahead of time to get our paperwork together for the horses to cross the border. And one of the other things too we're wondering about is that I know we're going to have these horses as part of the ceremony on a day. But what else is going to be tied into that? Is there going to be other ceremonies that are going to be involved? I know one of the reasons why we ended up in Canada or in North is because the grandfathers were the ones that told us to go up there, and they gave us bundles to take with us, and they wanted these bundles to be taken away from as far away from the U.S. government as they can. So the gathering of the bundles won't be exploited. So is this part of the gathering? Is this what's going to happen to you? Is this, are we going to be trying to bring these bundles back together at this occasion or this event? Or is it just a horse event? And the charging of that area where Custer went down, or the battle site? Oh.
Yes, we're trying to incorporate everything, every idea that comes to the table. So if that's something that you'd like to see happen, we can definitely work that in there. We are asking our traditional people to come out and step up and give us some guidance along the way. So, and we would definitely like to see that happen. You know, this shouldn't be about the leadership directing everything. That's why we're having these meetings, so you can bring your ideas, your traditions to the table and incorporate it. And that's what we want to see. That's what I envision. That's what we all, those who are involved, would like to see. Those kind of ceremonies come to the table. You know, whether if it's a youth traditional games, we talked about a victory dance and things like that. Are we going to do those kind of events before and after?
Just to add to some of my comments that I made earlier, this is going to be an awakening for us, especially for our people, our younger people that from our communities up back home, because we are losing our tradition and culture. The language is slowly, depleting, and we're doing what we can to preserve what our forefathers had told us to do, and part of that was to preserve the culture and tradition. And actually, I know that the horses are part of our tradition and culture, but there's more to that. And then our belief is that language is one of our biggest. That's who we are. You know, when we pray in our own language. There's a quote language. We don't use the English language to pray. That's not ours. You know, the Creator gave us a language to use, to speak, to communicate with Him. So we want this. The way I see it is that this is going to be an awakening for us, for our people in Canada, and we want to pass this message on to the younger generation that you guys are going to be carrying forth what our grandfathers have told us. We brought you this far, so now it's your turn to carry it forth. And we're going to provide all the tools we have that we understand and know for you guys to carry forth as a nationhood. So it's all about a nationhood. You know, the way I see it, and then I'm hoping that our leaders from back home are going to see it that way too. And there was mention about ceremonies. There might be a 4-day Sundance prior to the event, and who and where and all this is coming up, right? So we want to get it gathered and put the information as we can from here, so we can take it home with us, and then start planning. Like one of my Kodas here was mentioning, 2 months isn't very far away. You know, that's only 8 weeks. Yeah. We don't have much time to get the things in place. Yeah. So we need all the information we can, and who and how and all this questions that we have, and then our leaders for them to make a decisions for our community. So, thank you.
Yes, and you are right there. You know, it's crunch time, and we need to bring all this information, put it together, get it out there, and start coordinating it. So we definitely have the land, so we can do that. So if you want to start bringing your equipment or whatever to the actual campsite, and I'm going to point it out real quick. This is the parks land right here, this blue box right here. This is the camp that's designated for the tribes. All right here. This was the actual location of those camps back 150 years ago. All right here. Here's the little Bighorn River right here. And this is where all the camps were. So we're going to be camping out in this area right here. So that's just going to give you a better idea. Where the charge is going to happen is in this is the top of the hill, right on the edge of the park's grounds. This is the top of the hill where the charge actually happens. And from what I know, a lot of riders that's being talked about are going to be coming up 212. This is 212. And this is the interstate. We meet up over here. Crow Agency is over here. Off of this area. But this is where the charge is going to come through, and they're going to settle around this area and charge up to this point, from my understanding. So this is why it's important that the horse groups get together. They got to make that happen, because they're going to be coming. There's a group coming up this way. The area they're going to cross is somewhere over here. If the tribes that are camping here want to ride in, they're gonna have to meet up over here somewhere. And from my understanding, I think Cheyenne River has land way down here. Are they gonna ride up to meet up with the camps over here, and then ride over here and meet up with this group? We have to coordinate all that. Northern Cheyenne, I believe, is coming in that route too, somewhere along 212. So those are the discussion that we're going to have. We also have some folks here that represent the motorcycle groups that are going to be going down this route here on 212. The thing we did request, we put out to Department of Transportation to see if we could slow the traffic down through here on 212. They said it's possible that they could put signage up on the South Dakota where the route begins to detour truckers, commercial trucks, to utilize Interstate 90. So we are in the talks of that. That will definitely help us. This is going to be a heavily congested area right here. Right here. You're going to have all kind of events there. You're going to have all kind of traffic there. Remember, they're having, I believe it's called Pro Fair Days going on. I think you're going to have other events. Northern Cheyenne's putting on some events. So this route here is going to be utilized with a lot of traffic. So, and then you're going to have, there's a little frontage road right next to the interstate. That's going to be the main access to the camps here. So all the tribes and allied tribes will be camped out right here. And I believe it's around 40 acres, that whole area. So we did coordinate with the Rosebud family. They did mention to us that it is okay and it is safe. If you want to go start scouting the land and staging some of your equipment over there, you're more than welcome from this present day until up to the event. Keep in mind that we will have certain tribes that have agreed to take care of some of the daily things that need to happen in order to make this not only a clean, safe, but clean area. As far as I guess the porta-johns, the garbage, all that stuff that needs to be maintained so we don't trash the place. Things like that we have to incorporate that right here. And I did bring my emergency management director here. He's going to talk a little bit about what ideas he can bring to the table as far as tribes resources, things like that. James, were you done? Okay, we have a question online. The person with their hand raised, go ahead. Malvin Miner?
Apologize for speaking in front of my elders. Apologize I'm not there in person as well, addressing you and speaking to you in person. I'm here representing my Chief Orville Lucanors, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, and I'm also representing my 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. I'm uses the knife 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, Swan 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, and Badland 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. I have several relatives that fought and fell there at the battlefield. And, some of my relatives, when they left the battlefield, they went to Canada with Sitting Bull. And then when they came back down, some of them stayed in 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 and some down in Cheyenne River 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. But What I wanted to share and make the suggestion is, and I shared this yesterday in the meeting, and it might have already been shared because I've been kind of popping in and out of the meeting today. But to honor our relative 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘, I'd like to suggest that we do a pipe ceremony, unified pipe ceremony with 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 relatives. That alliance that I always hear between our Northern Arapaho and our Cheyenne relatives that helped, that we came together and fought. So I'd just like to make that suggestion. Maybe it's already been shared, but I think that's a good way of honoring our relatives by holding our chalupas and praying together here at the battlefield. Oh, that's it. 1 minute.
Open up. Yes, again, we would like all our spiritual people there to help pray those kind of ceremonies that need to happen. We'll definitely be looking forward to those kind of things. And keep in mind, and I believe that's all the information James had for us. Is there any other questions before we move on? We got quite a few speakers here that would like to address, so if no questions, thank you, James. And keep in mind that while this event, while this event is going on at the visitor center site up here, when that event is going on, where all the dignitaries and government officials and the guest speakers, while they're doing their things up here, the tribes are going to be doing their things over here on private land. Keep that in mind. So we'll be doing our own events and stuff like that with tribes and with the youth. So we'll be doing separate things there. So they're going to do their own thing. We got things planned for the week to do our thing. For those of you that are just catching up, you know, a lot of this information's been thrown around past 4 meetings, I believe. So, and we want to be patient with everybody and just try to keep updating people as we move along. So at this time, we're going to move along. I'm going to let Dion come up here and do his presentation. I know he has to take off out of here. Dion, if you just want to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. I'm a member of the Northern Cheyenne Tribe, and I am the coordinator for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe for the 150th anniversary of the Battle of the Bighorn. Thank you, Chairman 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. Update from the Northern Cheyenne is, we've worked and we've updated the Crow Tribe and provided a bit more context. Our discussions with the Crow Tribe are that the fee for trespass or actually use is actually attributed to the reenactment participants, and those reenactment participants are non-Indians that dress up in cavalry, old style cavalry uniforms and participate on the Rosebud property. And that's an agreement that the Crow Tribe has worked out with those cavalry reenactors for years. And it was misconstrued, according to my discussion with Ken, a white man, that that's not going to be attributed to the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho riders that are making the commemoration ride. So that's a big clarification from the Crow Tribe. Second, we talked a little bit about traffic. And as Frank discussed, there was going to be a lot of traffic there at the intersection there of 212 and the freeway. The Northern Cheyenne Tribe is working with BIA Law Enforcement Services because they provide highway safety for both the Crow and Northern Cheyenne. And the discussions are to have focused effort from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, highway safety patrol officers, and with the state Montana Department of Highway Patrol. And over the past several years, Highway 212 has gained a lot of notoriety for being very dangerous, and has been subject to documentaries because of the human trafficking and just accidents with lots of fatalities. So there's been an increased effort by the state of Montana and the local sheriff's office from Bighorn County and Hardin on Highway 212. And so that effort will continue during these the ceremonies and the commemoration events. We have prepared a rough draft agenda that I'll distribute that describes our camp. And as Frank pointed out, this historic camp on the river property will be housing each camp for each of the allied tribes. The Northern Cheyenne has committed to establishing teepees and lodges and tribal programs that will either bring their own teepees and we will also be bringing our ceremonial people as well. We've invited the Southern Cheyenne to be part of that camp, and we're working with them as well to bring our sacred items and objects as well. And that would be the first time in 150 years that our sacred object would be unified again. So that's significant for our tribes and people. And that's important. So we work out to accomplish that, and it brings our families, our our descendants of the ancestors together again for this important event. And talking to our relative here, Mr. 𝗟𝗓𝗓, they're planning on bringing like 3 busloads of tribal members, tribal elders. And so we're very excited for them to make the journey all the way from Oklahoma. Additionally, we are in the processes of securing paneling as well as securing our discussions with the U.S. Forest Service for teepee pole harvesting so that we could engage in what we would consider lodge pole gathering. And we want to make a great effort to provide not only our tribe but our allied tribes the opportunity to participate with us in this event. As you know, we're closer to the mountains than you guys, and we have a lot more better access to the lodge poles than you all. And if you are able to commit some of your folks from whatever program to do that, we would welcome that. And we're planning in May to take 3 or 4 days to conduct a teepee pole harvest, and we would invite you to come, and we would assist in helping getting the necessary permits from the local Forest Service. The Northern Cheyenne and the Crow and the Arapaho and Eastern Shoshone all have access to Wyoming Forest Service lands, and that's all the national forests. Before 2023, we were limited access to very specific plots. That changed. We now have access to all U.S. Forest Service lands in Wyoming and Montana. So this is an opportunity.
Dion, do you have specific dates for that time?
We're working on those dates. It's going to be in May, mid-May. We want to do it obviously so that we give enough time for the poles to be skinned and cured. And then obviously, depending on your lodges, if you're talking those big lodges we had last meeting, you're going to need a lot of young, strapping individuals to help cut and haul and skin. And said you want to commit to that. So we're gathering our folks, and we have program capabilities with our trucks and our facilities, but we want to invite the other tribes to join along with that and do it together. It would be significant, important, and part of our preparation. As you all know, the battle itself is sacred, but also the preparations that go into this as well is also sacred, and this is a big part of that. So we invite that, and like I said, my contact information will be available to reach out and have that contact. Lastly, I think Frank did a really good job, and so did Jim, in talking about our horse charge. And the individual that's gathered our horse people and different horse riders, that's the plan, a unified horse ride on the June 25th. And I'm going to let them do that because that's what they do. And it's going to be significant because, you know, over the years we've had, even in Northern Cheyenne, we've had 2 different horse ride groups. And we've seen numerous, you know, different groups from the Arapaho and different bands. And they've all arrived at the 25th on different times. Sometimes it's the morning, mid-morning, noon, all the way into the evening. We want this to be a unified ride, charge, and circle. And it'd be amazing to see. So we're excited for that. So Superintendent Davidsky pointed out that that's exactly the spot where we have the charge and the circle. And that's where we have our essentially ad hoc victory songs that are being provided. And then the audiences, even the non-Indians, we get to see that. And it is a beautiful sight. So that's one of the big events that I'm excited for. And I know on the agenda that the Park Service has, it's like for an hour. I don't know if it's going to be that short. So, but you know, it's a scheduled event, but it'll happen no matter what. What our tribe has been working with the Crow tribe as well is securing grounds for the victory dance, and we discussed preliminary each tribe and each traditional camp having their own. But we've now entered into discussions with the Crow tribe. Everybody that's been to Crow Fair, they now have a new Crow Fairgrounds for their powwow. It's a beautiful facility, wooden structure, multi-million, and it's got electricity, grass, power, hookups, and then this is the great thing is that it does not conflict with their Crow Native Day powwow. So their Crow Native Day powwow begins on Friday the 26th. We would plan to have our victory dance there on the 25th that evening, and we would like to invite everybody there to the victory dance, but more importantly, we would plan to have our buffalo feed there. So all the tribes that have donated their buffalo, if they're going to have their own camp to prepare it, and I was talking to Ryan before, I know how the Dakotas do it. You guys just bring one of those big troughs and a bunch of uchi, just cut meat and potatoes and throw it in a thing of water and, you know, bring out a big, I don't know, whisk and then just boil it all day. If you guys going to do that, great. I think the Cheyennes, you know, we might cater it or something, but what's good for the goose is good for the gander. As long as we have food there. Right now, you guys can scare off all those, yeah. And I do it, you know. But that's our plan. So we'd like to have that feed. I don't know if we're going to have Siniga. Not enough mustard for that.
We can show you how to clean tamiga.
But that's our plan is for the buffalo feed there. So the buffalo feed and the victory dance at Crow Fair, we're going to secure that. We were preliminary talks, and preliminary talks are good, and it just makes a lot of sense too, for logistics, for access, and for the public. And we want everybody to attend that. Not only our allied tribes, but our relatives, our friends, our Salaga, the Crow, and even the non-Indians, and our federal partners and officials as well. So that's the update. Eugene and Ernest will be here later to provide more details, but that's where I'm at. And any questions? Go ahead.
To acknowledge first and foremost the Creator. Le Kokea Uyanaka Leme La Kotia. In English, I am first to run towards the sun. My government given name is Philip Little Thunder Sr. I sit on the Treaty Council. I'm an employee of the Tribal Historic Preservation Office, and I'm also part of the committee, executive committee and the cultural committee. And I have to thank the young people for the job they're doing. I first got involved in bringing our boarding school children back from Kuala. I'm also an iron horse rider. Because suggestion or question was that, just a courtesy to the horseback riders and the motorcycle riders, that ask the horseback riders if their horses are used to loud noise like the motorcycles. If they come into the grounds together, none of those horses are going to panic and take off or something like that. That's what my concern was. And part of my question or my suggestion was that, I was part of the reenactment at the Rosebud family, where they have all those big bleachers. A few years ago, I was part of descendants of Crazy Horse, Mr. Leader Charge, and the other auntie over here sitting. They're descendants of Crazy Horse, and then I assume they're going to all be there. But I was asked to play a sitting bull in the vision that he had, and I'm a traditional dancer too, and I had my regalia on. I was laying out there having a vision, and the reenactment, and the young warriors are circling me, and one of them kept hollering over and said, "Hey man, we can see under your breechcloth." I was saying, "Shh, I'm supposed to be having my vision here." But they were circling around, and what kind of got me was, the reenactment where the cavalry came in with swords, rifles in their lap, and the warriors that were being supposedly chased around, they didn't have no bow and arrow or tomahawks or anything. So later on, I asked why they were doing that, and they said there was a Park Service's rules or something like that, or the warriors couldn't carry no bow and arrows or stuff like that. And so, but I've been up there with those were the descendants of Crazy Horse, and it's a nice area, and that was my concern that I wanted to address. The skittish horses taking off and with the motorcycle. You ever heard of 2-3 Harley Davidson running? You can hear them about half a mile away. So with about 100 motorcycles, that's going to create a lot of noise, and suggest the noise they get their horses used to loud noise or motorcycles. So, and then again, I want to thank the organizers. Again, my name is 𝗟𝗓𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and you want to know my history, look on Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that as a coordinator, from the Northern Cheyenne, I think we want to welcome everybody, to attend, especially if you have a connection and you're enrolled. But I think that a word of caution from, the horse riders is that as a motorcycle rider, you guys are much more easier and can control your motorcycles more than a horseback rider can control the horse. And so I think that that discretion is up to you. And I would hope that you would use your discretion and common sense, because we have horse riders that are elders, that are youth, that are at all different skill levels, that are want to come into to participate in this. And if you're trying to educate horses and horse riders to be acclimated to a Harley Davidson with a decibel level that, like I said, could be heard from a quarter of a mile. I don't think the ranches have a lot of motorcycles or Harley Davidsons in their mix. So, as much as I myself, I ride a motorcycle at home, I'm very cautious when I'm around camps, hollow grounds. I'm respectful to those horse riders and the doings that are going on. So I'd ask you to exercise your own discretion and use common sense. That's not to say that you're not invited or we don't want you there, but understand that we want everybody to come, and that can. And we don't want to dissuade anybody from not attending. At the same time, we don't want to place anybody in danger. That's a big concern from as a coordinator, but also from our park service. As an attorney, I have to be very cautious because, there's liability issues. And so, we want to be careful, we want to be safe, but at the same time, we want to be celebratory, and we want to be proud. And I think that all of that can happen as long as we engage in that same mindset of participation, cooperation, and common sense. So that's what I'll say to that. Any other questions you guys get?
I think we have one right back there. Go ahead. You can use the mic. And just identify yourself if you can before you speak.
𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 and Hokia Kilana Lakota Wagalakapi Vilatonk. As a comedy Washicho Hongalakapi Chahichi Vilatakota Okahni Chapi Alpi or Hekapi. Ona Heche Washichi Wichoi Kilana Lila Wichoi Ota. Lakota Wichoi Hanta Wajilak. Ohe Skilio, Uzapi, Ohe Hachi. I want to say good afternoon. My name is Keith Horslake from Rosebud, from the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 community here, St. Francis. Identifying our language is very important. English language is very dangerous, how you say it, how you put it, because one word will fight over it. It has 10 different meanings. A lot of meanings. But again, I wanted to ask you a question that I know in May you're talking about GP polls. For this big event. We should do that every year. Not just because coming to this event, do it every year. Harvest the land for all of our Lakota, Dakota, Nakota people. All the way up to Unji Makoche, the Canada people. And I know the forestry is here. So many rules and regulations. Our grandpas never had no rules and regulations. They did what they wanted to do. And that's what we should be doing. We're on time schedule. Our grandpas never went by time schedule. They never had a clock. We're assimilated. And that's not right, because if we're going to talk about our ancestors, we should stand what they believe in. A lot of our people back home may not come to this important event because of financial difficulties. I haven't heard anything about helping them too. Historically, they have oral history. They have that belief. And we know that we speak because I always talk about Grandpa, Unchi. They carried this on for many years. They stood. But today, we're under the regulations. This is a very important day for our people. We shouldn't be going by what the forestry says, given limited time. How many horses should be there? Or what needs to be there? Our ancestors never thought of that. They all came together and protected what belongs to us for the generations to come where we're at today. But I would like to see this, not just for May, but every year, getting our tribes together, our people, so they can get TV polls. and put it together like that. Because I know this is important, but every year is important to that battlefield. Not just here, but every year. O he'o hena pwanchi. Na hektakia doni la kota, la kolyamshi. Ohe. Taku nachshi. Chanteke onskill yuzaki. So I just want to briefly say who we are, where we stand together, and hang on to what we have. Well, that's just my suggestion because our chief peoples are value to our people. Our grandpas have this medal right here. Chief medal. 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗏. Our ancestors. I always remember a lot of them. 𝗖𝗢𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 and 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗏. Grandpa Bill Schweigman, Chief Eagle Feather. Uncle Frank Fusco, Chief Fusco. Chief Crow, Chief 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗏, Chief Breadclaw. They all have this medal. Way back in 1900s when they went to Washington, D.C. And I still have that here today. My grandpa was a chief. Historically, on horse looking in Croyville side. So I just want to address that to the gentleman up there in the forestry. So many rules. I know so many people are going to be there. But you allow our people to do what needs to be done. Don't give us a time schedule. Let them do what they got to do. And that way, they always say our future children, as what we are today. They talked about us today coming for future generations. We're going to set the next future generations like that. 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘𝗏.
Thank you, Keith. Just so you know, the Cheyenne, we do this every year. So we're inviting you guys to come along, and more than welcome to do it again next year and the year after. But this year, I want to see who's interested and who wants to do that. And then if we can get momentum, obviously, we'll see about the future and if folks want to continue to do that. I know some tribes, like to hold on to tiki boats for a really long time. But thank you, that's a great comment. Anything else, anybody? All right, we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Frank. And like I said, the Northern Cheyenne delegates will be here later.
All right, thank you. Northern Cheyenne. Yes. And keep this in mind that we are going to do our own thing on the side over here in our camps. That the ceremony the Park Service is talking about is they're going to do their own thing on the parks land. We're going to do our own thing across the river. We're going to have our own events. We're going to have our own gatherings. We're going to have our own feasts. We're going to feed our own people. And we're going to plan these things as we go along. Some of the things Dion mentioned is harvesting these tea peoples. Some of our societies want to step in and help. The 𝗟𝗪𝗪𝗘𝗏 want to also show the youth how to harvest tea peoples. So we can use those societies to help teach our youth. So those ideas are happening and talked about. So a lot of this stuff that's being mentioned here has been discussed But what we want to do here is start organizing our committees, start having our contact people coordinating, passing our numbers around to see what resources each tribe can bring to the table. And that's what we want to start doing here. Now it's time. It's time to start moving. But before I'm going to turn it over to Rosebud so they can give their update, I want to have the 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘 Sioux Tribe's Emergency Management Director, Mr. Steve Wilson, come up here and just give us some basic rundown that we probably should have in place. Steve, come up here. And again, we're throwing out ideas out there that we need to put in place, such as to have our emergency services there, our police force, things like that, security. And I'm going to have Steve talk a little bit about that and give you some ideas so you can take back to your tribe and see if those things are to see if you can bring your resources to the table. So I'm going to turn it over to Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Steve Wilson, 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘 Sioux Tribe Department of Emergency Management Director. Appreciate you guys letting me stand up here real quick and brief. I'll try not to take a lot of time up. We were asked to jump into the planning and coordination of events that are going on up there with the Bighorn Memorial. So it's going to be one of probably the larger events going to be happening throughout the year. So I think this past Tuesday, we met with the horseback riders down on Pine Ridge, just trying to get a feel for some of the events that would happen, some of the campsites that will be set up there in Montana. From what I hear today, it's a lot bigger than I expected it to be, and it was going to be. So I think there's going to be some of those questions that a lot of nations are going to be asking is, what's happening with the emergency service portion of things? Are we going to tax co-agency resources as we go up there and assemble up there? So everything from ambulance service to law enforcement to fire departments, things like that. So I think real quick on the nations that are participating in this, if we have resources that are available to attend this, that we start talking to them. And see what we can pull together to coordinate those efforts. It sounds like there's a lot of cool things that are going to happen. There's going to be a lot of youth involved in this, a lot of youth events involved, horseback riding, things like that. Accidents are going to happen, so we have to make sure that we can respond to that as needed as quick as possible. Things that we look at for weather events coming up. Some of the situations that we're dealing with right now back home are drought conditions. What's the fire activity going to be like up there? Are we going to see a lot of dry grasses, things like that? Campfires will be going. So providing that security for the camps that will be camping offsite of the parks grounds, which I think is pretty critical to make sure that we can execute the events and everybody has a really good time. Everybody does it safely. So we're getting involved. President Sarkins has asked us to bail in with coordinating some of those. They've also asked us to go up, take a ride up there as soon as possible to take a look at some of the areas. I think the last time I was up there, I was in grade school, probably 5th grade. So it's been a long time since I've been up here to kind of understand what the lay of the land is out there. So, but I think one of the biggest things is reaching back out to our programs with each of the nations and seeing that we have the resources to come up to help facilitate that. In a nutshell, I think everybody has their hands full on trying to coordinate the events. So we're trying to get more responders involved to make sure that this is safe. That might be a good idea to reach back home and see what we can do. There any questions from me?
Yeah, just pretty clear. So we present that to you too, and so because you're already talking about it, one thing that we wanted to talk about was, we're kind of at that same level too. Our safety and security committee team, point of contact, has he's where you're at. His mind is where your mind's at. And so but our question is for the ones that are going to camp at the Rosebuds land. I know that every tribe is going to do their own thing with their own camp, but I really talking earlier on how we should start incorporating this size of an event. Our team was curious if we should security, food, medical, those should be collaboration type deals because of the max numbers. And so that's kind of where we're at. We'll have them go into more detail on that whenever we come up, but I think that's one of the recommendations that we should have for our nations is creating a team from all our tribes, sending your volunteers, your correctional staff, or just any kind of volunteer that wants to partake in a security team. Our team has, they're training certified, they're ready to go, they have all the credentials. So definitely I'd like you to get in contact with our point of contact for our security, over there. I just wanted to maybe encourage that we definitely should work it together.
It's good to be able to definitely coordinate on a larger effort, kind of a more of a unified command than everybody doing their own thing. Emergencies take a lot of resources to deal with, depending on what they are. There's a lot of groundwork that has to happen just to respond to basic stuff. So it's important to make sure that we can all talk together. Thank you.
Doug Johnson. I just got up. It's not really a question, it's kind of a concern, maybe, or just a recommendation or something. Maybe we could utilize our day labor program. Maybe see if there's any volunteers that's got security background or EMS background or something. Maybe we could see about transporting up there with you guys. See if we can get funding from that program or something to take with you. Would be a really good idea, I think.
Definitely, I think, with resources, I know resources are short on everybody's list back on their homeland. So if we pull from relations and from our programs, we short them back home as well. So we need to make sure that if we could reach out to other groups that do have extra that they can help with, it's definitely a plus.
Yeah. One thing, I had a discussion with Steve as far as bringing tribal resources. Is it possible, you mentioned reefers and things like that where we can store food, media. If you have any connections, start coordinating those things. Even if you have ways to bring power, generators, things like that. If you have those resources within your tribe, that's probably a good idea to start thinking about bringing out there, trying to, and start planning on. If you're camping out in one of the areas there, we'll recon the area and pick out a spot and start plotting because it's coming up. So just wanted to mention that also.
Yeah, some of the I have a couple of reefer units that we can send out. Generators, it's 150 years ago we didn't have a lot of these resources we have today, but I think to make things safe, that'll be up to the groups to decide on what they need in their camps, whether that's individual camps or large unity camps. So we look at reefer units, but also if you I'm not really too sure on how media coverage is, if it's welcomed, if it's something that we really need to talk more about, or even with the cell capabilities up there, cellular signal capabilities out there, if they're not good, there's a possibility we could look at bringing in some mobile CAL units from AT&T to FirstNet to be able to communicate with each other, but also Wi-Fi units or cell service that we can get. So if those are things that you would like or don't like, those put those on your list that we can start talking to resources about those. Drones, I'm not sure what's happening with drones. Drones are a good thing and a bad thing. Depends on how the groups feel here. Drone activity throughout the entire area. I know a lot of the government areas, the federal parks areas have geofences around those. I don't know if this one does up there. What that means is it doesn't allow drones to fly within that airspace or that perimeter area. So if you do take those up there and it's allowed off-site, just be prepared that you fly across one of these geofences, you'll lose an expensive drone because those geofences are designed to shut a drone down. So that's up to the nations and how you guys address drones. But if you want to talk more about that, we can. Whether you want to allow it or not. So, you can talk more about that. The other thing, I guess, touching on, we talked a little bit here about drought conditions and fire. When we talk about extreme heat measures or extreme heat events up there, Lavo heat stress, I think we all know about that from powwows that we have back in the nations. A lot of dancers, a lot of activities going on, heat stress happening. Pushing a lot of water out there, making sure we have adequate water for all of the events, making sure people are drinking water, making sure we're not getting sick from heat stress. And not just from the youth, the elders, and individuals participating, but also the animals. We have to take care of the horses, make sure the horses and things are healthy enough to make it through the events. So I think on the list, I think kind of covered a couple of those that they're kind of quick, I guess. Call sheets. I know you just mentioned that. You start talking about coordinating security or resources out there. We start developing whether that's a committee, making sure everybody has contact for those individuals within the nations to talk with about security, medical, law enforcement, things like that. So makes it a little bit easier when we know who to call, who we can coordinate, so everybody's not trying to do it all at once and have their plate too full. So, any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Steve. Steve does a good job for emergency management back at the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And coordinators, a lot of good information. I think that needs to happen. Start connecting with each other. Maybe do one command center. We had a discussion with our police department and how to coordinate using security and our law enforcement. A lot of things like that we need to coordinate. Of course, our societies like the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 and other groups out there that can help with security. So a lot of discussion still needs to happen. So I think the leadership's up here nodding off. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Just kidding. We can catch your second wind. Just get up, move around. We have a question.
Okay, my name is 𝗟𝗓𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. I just have a short question concerning health, hygiene. More like hygiene. Is there a river close by where we could just take a swim or something?
Yeah, there's a river running right below there, right next to the camp, right here. I don't know if you can. This is the camp area right here. Here's the river. That is the river there. Yeah, it's shallow. It's a little shallow. I do believe if the real birds were here, they'd tell you where the swimming holes are. But there are a couple of water holes for the horses. So So yes, there is a river through there. And again, you brought up a good point. If you're coming to this event, be prepared to camp out because there are no hotels, motels nearby. They are booked, from my understanding, 7 years out. So during this month, this time. So the only, and if you're lucky, you might get a hotel in Billings or in Sheridan. So just be warned that if you're coming, you may have to camp or you will have to camp out. So let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll continue. the Battle of Bighorn. And so kind of my ties to what's going on here kind of run both feet. So, but I do want to thank all our visitors here from north of that imaginary line, all our tribal people here, and everybody here in the room for this historic time that we are in here for the 150th anniversary of the Battle of the Bighorn, or the victory of 𝗟𝗩𝗪𝗓. So I'll try to make this real brief before everybody comes back in here to get started with our rest of our program here. I do have a letter here. I do want to address our leaders in the room here. It kind of leads into what's our activity here this afternoon. Dear honored leaders of the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 Nation and abroad, with our deepest respect and gratitude, we extend this invitation to you on behalf of Dignity of Earth and Sky and the South Dakota Hall of Fame. We would like you to join us for our 10-year anniversary celebration of Dignity to be held on September 20th, 2026 at the Dignity site, overlooking the Missouri River in Chamberlain. Now this is the 10th year for Dignity, and she's the tallest 10-year-old I've ever seen in my life. So she stands at 50 feet tall, stands above the Missouri River, and lets our visitors here know that you're in Native country. A decade ago, Dignity of Earth and Sky rose above the river as a presence of welcome, strength, and reflection, honoring the first peoples of this land and the enduring spirit of the Native nations, whose histories, cultures, and stewardship continue to shape the Great Plains. From its beginning, Dignity was envisioned not simply as a work of art, but as a place of gathering and dialogue, one that acknowledges deep roots, resilience, and the wisdom of indigenous ways. We mark 10 years, and we wish to bring you together as tribal leaders, along with our elders, our educators, and our artists, civic leaders, and supporters across the state and beyond. We would be honored by your presence and welcome your participation. We are eager to visit with you about your presence and potential involvement with the Dignity anniversary. We hope that you will join us as we live this moment, not only to reflect on what Dignity has come to represent, but to look forward together to the next generation of understanding, respect, and shared responsibility. The celebration is about recognition and unification, and we thank you for your leadership and partnership toward that end. And we look forward to the privilege of welcoming you here to South Dakota on September 20th, 2026. And what this is also, it's for our tuwis and our unchis, our aunties and our women here. Being a matriarchal society, we often forget that the ones we need to honor most are the ones who brought us into this world. And that's our mothers and our grandmothers. So as Lady Dignity comes on this 10th year, I think us as a nation here, we need to remember and honor our tuwis as our life givers and our culture bearers. So as for 10 years, when we look at how history has come together, this could be that one of those unifying moments. And the fact that the state has given us recognition in that way by putting a statue of a 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 in a place where she's very visible and people can see that that's the type of society that we are. And when we come to this 10th year, it's going to be a pretty big event, just like this 150th annual. And the main thing about that is that we need to continue that throughout this year. This year means a lot for our First Nations people, for us as Lakotas, Dakotas, and Nakotas. And as we stand together there at Greasy Grass, we still need to remember that our people back here are going to have events. We're going to be together on this stage too, along with everybody. And it was kind of one of my brainchilds last year. It's an event we held at Crazy Horse. To have our tribes here in South Dakota, the ones that are left behind that can't make it to Greasy Grass, get together with our youth and relight our 7 council fires and do it on live stream
and share it with the world. Because that global stage is ready for us. That world has been waiting for us to come out from under that rug that we've been brushed under as the proverbial dirt under the rug for the United States. So when we come together like this, that energy is more powerful than anything they've ever taken from us. They've taken land, they've taken people to boarding schools, they've taken resources, they've killed our buffalo. And our lifestyle changed irrevocably. It was irreversible on the things that they've done to us. But we are here together to stand with dignity, to bring that unification together, and to get that recognition from these government entities that have long sought to erase us from history. Not only by the history fakers and the fakademiacs who tend to write our stories for us, but we also got to realize that we're still here. And those are our truths to tell. They belong to us. They belong to our ancestors. They belong in that long line of oral tradition to which they write off as myths, as legends. But the fact that we are still here today, and I can stand in front of you as 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, or as 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, charging enemy, is what my spirit name is. And that charging enemy is deep in my blood and it runs in my DNA, to go up against those who seek to do us wrong. So to be part of this and to be part of the makeup that is making us who we are and using our culture as a way of revitalizing who we are, and using those kinship terms and addressing our 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓s and our 𝗟𝗓𝗓s in the proper form will bring that back to us. So I kind of, everybody who has this sheet in front of you, you know, I would like you to take it back and put some thought into it on what that means to stand there with dignity, to be unified, and to gain that recognition from the world. Because what's going to happen up there, we hope that really sheds light on the fact that we've come 150 years from that, and that we are still able to stand in front of them, ride our horses into that camp, have those ceremonies and those games there. So I do want to thank everybody for coming again. And as Louis said earlier, I'll put a sign-up sheet in back. So we do want to take our visitors that come here from our other tribes, and we want to take you on a tour here through Rosebud to kind of show you what we have, what we've built on, and what we are looking to preserve. So for those of you who want to sign up, we do have a 25-passenger bus coming today at 5 o'clock. We want to try to get you out, show you our reservation, show you our where Spotted Tail lived and where he died. So you kind of have a history of how we came to be here at the Rosebud Agency. So I do invite you guys to sign up, and I will be your tour guide for that tour. And it's something that we've been developing here on the reservation that kind of goes hand in hand with cultural preservation. It's a way for us to make sure that we're still in touch with our culture and we're able to share that and educate our visitors who come here. You know, especially our non-natives who know nothing about us. They've only read it in books. So, but again, my connection to this goes way back to that bloodline of 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗡𝗏 and Crazy Horse. They ran together as partners in crime, and they were warriors. So my name, charging enemy, the spirits, that's the name they gave me. And that's where that comes from, is that DNA and that blood from those times that are long gone. But again, as we stand there, I want to stand there with dignity. I do want us to unify, and I want us to have that recognition for what we're about to do here in June 25th. But 𝗟𝗏𝗪𝗏, thank you guys, Chairman, everybody here. Thank you for my brief time up here. I just wanted to make sure that everybody kind of understood what and why we're going to take some of our visitors here to tour Rosebud, to show you our beautiful lands. Because I've been to Canada, and it's beautiful up there, but dang it, it was cold. You couldn't even walk on the streets up there in Manitoba. You had to go underground. So it was pretty cold up there at that time. But again, thank you guys for coming. I hope you guys have a great time here in Rosebud. And I want you guys to leave here with a good heart and a strong mind as we go forward with our activities here for the victory at 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. So thank you. Go on.
We're going to switch up the schedule here a little bit. We have Chairman Lavo, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 Sioux Tribe, give a little presentation. I can't believe he has to take off out here. So I'll turn it over to Chairman Lavo.
Without 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, we'll call on Mr. Eagle's staff to come and present our portion of all this. And of course, our main goal is to get everything ready out there at our lands, at our 200 acres, and have all the infrastructure that we need there for anyone that comes to camp on site. We can provide everything that's necessary. So water, sewer, anything else. I mean, we kind of cover it all. So yeah, we want to be able to have a safe and clean operation. So that's the main goal. And whatever the people want to do during the daytime and do the celebrations and the ceremonies, that's they have a place to do that. And I know you want to do the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 ceremony. They want to do the celebrations as well. So, but I think the main thing among all of this is that we try to stick together in whatever we do during these days and during these times to ensure that we stay together. I know everyone kind of has setting up their own camps and whatnot, and that's great and ideal. But it's kind of like what Damien was saying earlier, that wherever, if we're doing the powwow celebration at the powwow grounds, let's do that together. And if we're doing the rides, let's do that together. If we're able to go from the kind of do the reenactment that was talked about earlier, we want to go through the park. So that's very important that we have access to the park and not be forbidden to us. That is historical sites, and it's important that we do some of these things on the battlefield. So I wanted to make sure we're clear about that, Mr. James. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you that don't know me yet, my name is Thomas 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, and I worked with Chairman Lavo when he was a councilman with the Economic Development Committee back for our council, and they allowed me to build a radio station. So we got one on the air. We modeled it pretty much. We were intending to go in the direction of how Rosebud has their radio station set up, not only as a radio station, but eventually getting into building content for a TV station. We didn't have a TV frequency available to us, but I got COVID, got sick, and then kind of dropped out of the radio business. And the new management that took over, they forgot about the TV aspect of it. So I'm glad that Chairman had confidence in me coming back and coordinating the activities for this commemorative activity. The only charge that he gave me was that he just asked me, keep the politics out of the community meetings. And it was like, that was the toughest part. We had our first meeting was a community meeting, and we had a lot of community input. I mean, it's great to hear, but you don't like to see community members attack your chairman, your leader, personally. So we had to keep that out of the format as much as possible. So To get back to our planning, what we, through a series of 3 meetings so far that we've had locally, was that we identified that we wanted to get together all of our tribal program directors and determine what resources we have available to us to and for these commemorative activities that the Cheyenne River wanted to sponsor and coordinate with all the other tribes out at the battlegrounds and at home as well. So our 2-day our 2 activities is, one is that our planning group, our community planning group, wanted an activity at home as well for those people that could not afford to go out, but they still wanted it to be a ceremony that honored those people that not only lost their lives at Greasy Grass, but also recognize them and continue to recognize them as we go forward. So our activity at home will be held at the Steep Charging Eagle Arena, which is basically our annual fairgrounds Bowery. And there we are planning a lot of cultural activities that will involve a little parade, kind of a horse parade, and walk through Main Street in Eagle Butte and culminate at the Bowery grounds, which we will have educational presentations from the descendants of those that participated at Greasy Grass, and then the Cultural Center will also be open, and they will provide a bunch of educational type materials and displays as well. And so we have the diabetes program, tribal health, Indian Health Services, youth affairs, and our Cultural Center director will be coordinating all of our home activities. So it's going to be an educational type presentation there at home, but we still wanted to make it something that's similar that we're planning out at our 200 acres out near Greasy Grass. So what's going to happen there is that we're going to have ceremonies towards the evening following our meal, and then kind of a little victory dance with some exhibitions and social dancing. Last year they did some round dancing and rabbit dancing and all that last year. So they're going to follow that same format. So that's kind of what the format is that we're going to have at home. And we won't have too many security issues, emergency management type issues, because we will be utilizing the local resources such as the police force, Indian Health Service for emergency services, and then we have the BIA fire department right there as well, plus the local city volunteer fire department can rely on as well. So a lot of the stuff that we would need and need to plan for the 200 acres is already there to do. So it's that one is going to, we envision that to occur fairly faultlessly as we go forward. For our Montana site, which is our second site, and I believe we gave you this handout. You guys take a look at that. And what we wanted to just show you was in this one map that has the yellow designation on it. We just wanted to show you the Cheyenne River's 200 acres relative to where the battleground is up in this area. So we just wanted to let you know where that acreage is at, how it's laid out. There's a ranchette there. There's some artesian wells. And on one of the pages that was provided, there is an arena, and that's this one. And up in this brown spot, up in the right-hand corner where there's a road, country road going out to it, is the arena, and then out on the top acreage on both sides, there are 3 artesian wells available for watering livestock, and we will probably be using some of that water for hygiene and that type of thing as we go forward. But just wanted to let you know that this is all available, and Chairman Ladone, as he said earlier, has opened this up to other tribes if they desire to camp there. And we will have a campground, a designated area for camping, and we hope to have a camping plan so that we have room for emergency vehicles and emergency response vehicles to respond without having to take down somebody's tent to get to another tent. So we're going to try and have some order to it, but we haven't decided how we're going to determine that yet. But everyone is welcome to camp here, and we will hopefully identify, besides myself, another individual that will be coordinating the camping activities there. What we intend to do out there at the Montana Ranch is to participate in the flag parade, and we want to do an educational presentation as well. And the educational presentation that we are talking about comes from our tribal historic preservation individuals, Dana Dupree and Steve Vance, and then our Stephen's brother. And they want to identify the battles that preceded what happened at Greasy Grass, because there is some history of how that happened, or what occurred prior to that, and what we were trying to avoid when Greasy Grass happened. So that's the presentation that they're working on. We hope to have that outlined so that we can present it to National Park Service and be part of their agenda and presenting that as well. But at the same time, we will be presenting that out of the 200 acres, as well as some other activities that we have planned as we go forward. The other thing that we will be planning is field trips to the Rosebud Battleground. The Rosebud Battleground was a battle that happened approximately 2 weeks prior to Greasy Grass, and it kind of, Steve Vance, our tribal preservation officer, said he could go back as far as what happened in Oklahoma, and it's kind of like a trail of all these battles and skirmishes that occurred prior to Greasy Grass, and it's just a trail of what we were trying to avoid and a natural conflict with the United States at that time. So we have those types of activities planned. We're putting together an educational booth for the National Park Service and what we're going to be presenting out at the ranch as well. And as part of our ranch activities, we will be presenting nightly honorings or afternoon honorings, and those will be with presentations of family staffs, presenting the descendants of the Little Bighorn battle, and doing honoring and memorials, and we'll have an evening meal, exhibition dancing and special. And I was just informed by Harold Frazier that he's working with the group, the veterans group, to do a ceremony out there as well. And as soon as he puts that together, I will be able to share a little bit more information with you with that. But that will involve all the veterans that will be out at Greasy Grass. Other than that, we are planning to have videographers and photographers online to record this for historic purposes, and in our planning, we have taken into consideration while we were identifying all the program resources. There was a lot of program resources that we used during our fair that we can use out of Montana. It's just going to be a logistical issue of getting transportation for all of those things to be out at the 200 acres as well. If you guys remember, during COVID, Cheyenne River had a blockade. You couldn't come into our reservation unless you knew who I was. But we did have a blockade, so we do have a lot of security lights with their own generators, and those are things that we will be taking out to the ranch area as well. And we also have, we'll be in contact with the regional fire and police officers, BIA, to see if they can dispatch a unit, have a unit available for us out at the 200 acres. And it's something that we'll probably get together with the OST's emergency manager, Mr. Wilson, and we'll see what kind of response we get from them and share that as well, especially with the police officers. Our police force is tribally operated. So without authorization from the BIA or Bureau of Justice or whatever they call it, they might be able to be deputized out there with the local police force. We don't know that yet. So that's what we're requesting, is for that authorization. Yes, sir.
We're going to be taking these ideas back to back home, and some of our people that are going to be coming out, whether they're children, youth, or even the elderly that might be attending, is there going to be any kind of services available as far as water, sewer, or septic that some of our people have trailers, camper trailers that they may want to bring their down to this event? Is there going to be any services for them?
We are looking at that right now. Just right to our southwest of this 200 acres is a 40-unit RV camping area. And we're going to contact them to see if we can dump, at least have the RVs dumped there, and replenish on water and all that. We'll be following up on that as well. But we anticipate that 40-unit camping area RV site will be full because of what's happening at UCS.
Yeah, there is going to be porta potties available too, right, for the campers?
We hope so. We haven't really worked all of that out yet.
Yeah. So that they'll be cleaned out daily. So.
Yep. And then the porta potties, I think we're going to be contacting the local vendors to see how much that is, and then we also have our own local vendor on Cheyenne River, and we're going to see how much he would charge for going out there with all of his units and the cleanup services. But he would have to find out where he can go.
I just wanted to mention that 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 from Northern Cheyenne said they have 70 porta potties and we could use them on a cost sharing basis. So we'll coordinate that, and you can contact us. And somebody even said possibly portable showers. So, but we'll have more information from that out too.
So anyway, we at Cheyenne River have basically been planning for 2 activities, one at home and one for the Montana ranch, the 200 acres that we have out there relative to the battleground. And we have been discussing all of the emergency response issues, firefights, trash, how we can handle all of that as well. We still haven't finalized any of that, and so if anybody has any resources or already made those types of contacts and are willing to share them, please give me a call. My name and contact information is on the sign-up list here. And then what we find out, we'll share with you guys as well as we go forward. So other than that, the other thing that we're looking at is, because our site is a little difficult to get to, because there isn't an exit or entry from Interstate 90, Interstate 90, that is very close. So we're going to have to either develop, work with IT people and develop a QR code that will give us direction, that will give directions to the site, how to get to the site and that type of thing. So we have taken in a lot of consideration, and it's also good to work in groups as large as this, because everybody has a different idea of how to approach emergency responses, waste management, hygiene. So whatever can be shared, we appreciate your input as well, even for our planning for Montana. And one of the things that we are planning for security, not only are we going to take our security lights out from the blockades, but we are asking our local veteran groups to provide security in the camp at the 200 acres. And they will also be participating in the ceremony that Carol Fraser is coordinating as well as we go forward. But then we'll be using radios that we use for FAIR, for communications for them. And then we're going to be taking volunteers out that will provide security in camp as well. So we hope to have 24-hour security coverage as we go forward with the veterans coordinating that activity. We will also be taking side-by-sides for emergency response, and we hope that we will be able to maybe take some CHRs or someone from tribal health that has emergency management response or EMT level credentials out and be on site and available for any other type of immediate response in the camp as we go forward. We have looked at a lot of vendors, I guess, that might be available in that area, but when you talk about security, there isn't any private security other than someone in Billings. And then when we talked to James, he identified that the local county sheriff, the Hardin City Police, and even the Crow Tribe, their resources are limited as well because of staffing shortages. And when we talked to our acting chief of police, he identified that we have a staffing shortage as well on Cheyenne River, but he's willing to at least have one or two officers available on site, and if he can get them deputized through the local Crow Tribe, or maybe the Sheriff's Department or however they do that, even the National Park Service, since it is a federal entity, then we would have that type of coverage available to us as well. So a lot of considerations, a lot of planning, a lot of input. Our tribal program directors are very bright and very diligent about the jobs that they do for our tribe, and I'm sure that's the same thing with the Rosebud and the Sioux as well. A lot of good resources out there, a lot of bright, young individuals as well. I say bright and young because I'm a little gray haired, and hopefully these young guys with the darker hair step up in the future and take over, and maybe you're up here. But that's what we're doing with Cheyenne River. We're at two sites. You're very much welcome to join us at the 200 acres. We're working very diligently to have all the resources available: security, hygiene, ER, waste management, and water. Artesian water, I'll tell you right now, does not taste very well. And I don't know how it is for hygiene or not, but a shower is a shower. If you're willing to jump in a river, you'd be willing to bathe in the artesian water, I think. So that's kind of how we're working towards providing for the people, all of our tribal members and all of our invited guests at the 200 acres should you desire to join us. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Again, my name is Phil Littlethunder. You mentioned security. I worked as a security at one time here at the casino. But I think this question is more direct towards the Park Service Department. I went to tribal ID distribution thing going on during COVID out in Minneapolis. And different tribes showed up with security. But some securities were packing. And I was going to ask the Park Department if the tribes are allowed to have their security, you know, carry their firearm silent. That's a question. Thank you.
That's why we're hoping we'll have at least 2 of our police officers from the tribal police force available to us, because then they are qualified on to carry their firearms and to use their tasers and all that other stuff. We're just hoping to use the veterans and all the other volunteer security personnel that will be available to us as deterrence, basically. The more security you see, the less you're apt to get in trouble. It's kind of more silent.
I went to other casinos, and some of their security carry firearms too.
Yeah, we try to stay away from that aspect of it and just leave it to the large law enforcement as much as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'll let the ones on Zoom.
Is there any questions on Zoom?
Le vacanze pe măcea, Brașinul, dar eu cânteu aștept pe cius pe lor tetice. Nehani kile uga ka pikile, mila haske takwa hiki kile, takwa usta shicha, ujuya, oyaki bitakte chi, na le ujuya kile, ekele le mila haske chi, ona che. Na dokiske wakuta kile na le chikuma yake, ekise wakanta ka, ungaba. Na takoi uspaya shakuna ha mini khoji ho khoji itaga kula kiasa ukhelipa kito hupa urali ekisita na le bichoya kumutapike la kota ekisimuka la kota na kota bichoya kuma ashiko ya tikele Fete șapun, fapticile, una dala, una gilă se, fete se, un angite, aici. Nu le milan asta kikile, uke kikile, poli, ștaki, nani, pur, het fac, un fac. Le cili ca kikile, alte, nidalnici, gabrece. Evo recite, milahanska najite, okipsi, ugije, tikmoja te hetice, wakantuka johra te hetice, na iti te hecha ona, wakantuka vuke kipile, kikaka sapa hetice, oigore, skavića, hetice, kare, le vičoham, Wakan Shapon apikele. Presame pe gente vai chamando para aí. Na rede se exigencio, rede se wakan para hoia po. Na lei vichaka terecha. the Milahans got up and children. Now you have to go out to Haiti or not. Now I'm Bryce Sioux and 16 years on the IRE Council and being involved with our treaty since '96 and meeting a lot of those treaty men from Rosebud, Sioux Standing Rock, and here, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Sioux Tribe. You know, that's not who we are. And I just told everybody who we really are under our Creator and the laws that He provided for us, that we have to 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. So if you understand 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, it's kind of like be obedient to our Creator's laws and listen to that. And what this Longmass did when he came here over that hill, you know, he came with some sparkling things. One was a firearm, you know, muzzle gun, and a sword. And when those 8 commissioners, when our great-grandfathers met at Bear Butte in 1855, they said, one of my grandfathers said, what are these white people doing in our hills? And that was the cavalry. That was leading up, that was the military, that was leading up to Armstrong's Siege Road, they call it. From Bismarck down there, the Siege Road, you could see it there by the Bear Butte. And that other road, the other road by Fort Sauté, the French guys that put that copper or whatever in the ground, said, let them put you on top, you know, that's a bunch of theft and fraud right there. So the truth, we need to bring the truth out to the table. And one of it is that Ulysses Grant at that time in '68 started a legal war. And this was verified a couple of years ago in D.C. that these wars, Indian wars, were illegal wars. And when they come to the Bighorn, the greasy grass, again, what Trump's doing and done to us here on our homeland, done to all the U.S. citizens, these illegal, unconstitutional, international law breaking. They've done the same thing to us, our great-grandfathers and grandmothers. My grandmother and grandpa were teenagers, like Blackout generation up there. And Blackout counts that too. So the truth will make us free, and this illegal war that they perpetrated, we need to get a paper and all the 7 bands of ours that still retain who we are, and we need to write and read in Lakota, English and Lakota, because that's how they operate at the United Nations under the permanent forum of indigenous issues. And that opens the door to the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. Ben Nadu has been convicted in the International Court of Justice for war crimes. And these are war crimes being perpetrated on humanity right now. So it'll behoove us to address what's going on now and relate it to that same thing they're doing to everybody, what they've done to us. We have to. Our grandfathers and great-grandfathers, you know, it was an illegal war forced on our people. And that 1871 to 1891, we need to understand that period of history. They wiped out the buffalo from 1872 to 74. That was our economy. That was the natural law, the way 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 made it. And we need to understand natural law, because that's international law, and that's 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘's law. It's recognized. We have to stand on it. That's why these 7 rights of the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, we have to enforce our law on our lands to correct all of this evil, I will call it, that has been perpetrated on our people. And if it wasn't for Wounded Knee, too, us young teenagers back then were ready to be totally assimilated into what our young people are being assimilated to now. It's English only. So we have to look at this education system, and it's going to take Muslim stuff. And they've stolen a lot of resources from us. Cave Hill, Slim Buttes, that open uranium, that has to be addressed. And these things that they're going after lithium, and that's, these spark bombs they're using, they can hit us pretty quick right now, 28 minutes, 30 minutes.
Nice.
You know, so we're talking war. So I'm hoping that everybody around this table, especially these IRE, these tribal governments, because they document limits to the reservation. But we're one of the same people, so we have to unite. And what I said about 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, said, we all have to stand like one together. When we talk unity, let's do it, man. When we talk truth, then what I'm telling you is history is repeating itself, and the social economics I'm saying, it's going to be real here. There's going to be an economic collapse, but we can, it was predicted that we can stop this, what's going on, and buy us a little more time. But we have to do it under our country, that's law, that's the peaceful. And I'm hoping that we can get a documentary film and film comprehensively, and have some of the elders and some of the young people, especially these activists, young guys that are in there, like have them present, because they know the issues, and get these individuals that know the issues and the language, and have them as part of this document.
Okay. Well, thank you, Bryce.
With that, I'll close with this. With all of our planning meetings, tribal-wise, the final conclusion was that we wanted to involve our youth as much as possible in all of our activities. And in doing so, one of the things that the other lady that's down here with us today, 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, who works in the chairman's office, she's working with the local youth group, and they're talking about that group preparing the meals for the camp while we are out at the 200 acres, because one of the things is that by involving the youth as much as possible in any and all of the activities, gives them less opportunity to be misbehaving. One thing. And then the other part of it is that, especially when they observe the ceremonies, the honorees, and that type of thing, and be part of that, even if it's smudging, as we've seen this young lady help with the wiping of the tear ceremony this morning, it gives them a sense of purpose. So we're attempting to involve all of our youth as much as possible in all of our activities, both at home in Eagle Butte and then as we progress out to Montana. Okay.
All right, thank you. Diane River. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Rosebud Sioux Tribe, you have 3 minutes. Just kidding.
Oiami takuepi pokahia ja tona nahasina kapik on wopilun kenuksia. Hieni skiukikra meha ata siusulo iaka vahsin. Monji tokkove omonchata timatia takuktiohia vaste. Seemed like when we started this morning we had a full house, but we're kind of thinning out here, and I think most of them are going next door, next room, over. Hopefully they win big. We just wanted to, I know we're the host. We've been going to these meetings when Frank first called 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗙𝗘 to come together to formulate a plan for the 150th anniversary of Greasy Grass. And so we've been attending those meetings, and we come back to our tribe and we organize and structure our programs. And our programs took up the challenge, and they developed plans to go to Little Bighorn as a group. And one of the things that we decided was that we wanted to take as much of our people as we can. And so we're doing that. We're trying to organize horseback riders. We don't know how many we're going to have here in the next couple of months. But we are pretty much organized. And this last meeting that we went to, and originally we were going to camp out with the Cheyenne River on their land. And it was one of us that made the commitment of buying into it, but we haven't delivered that check to them yet, so I just kind of wanted to. But we had several meetings out there when they first purchased that land, and it was south of the battlefield site, and it's a beautiful country back there too. But anyway, I think I'm going to turn it over to the kids, because Chris, my grandson Chris, and organizing the Pocalas and having these meetings, he knows more than I do, and I know they're really organized. I went to several of their meetings, and security and transportation. They even have a food committee. They planned all this out already. They got a menu out. They got transportation all situated. The only thing that really interests me is I want to go help organize the big camp, what do you call that? Council lodge. You know, we've done that in the past. We've done that at Bear Butte. We've done that at Petroff. We've done that here and there. When we brought our children back from Carlisle, we built one too for them. But I ran into a young man when we were in Billings, and young man, he wanted to go out and really go cut some teepee poles. So we're kind of interested in that. We can send a team to go help build that. We can build one, a large one. And at that time, the Crows said that they can help us with teepee poles, that we would have to provide our own covering. So there was still things in the working, but I kind of wanted to make a reference to this map here, the smaller map. You know, the Real Birds, when we went to Billings, offered their land to us to camp, because that was the original camp of our ancestors that camped there 150 years ago, 149 years ago. So we took them up on that, because you know, we're bringing in a lot of equipment, vehicles. We kind of wanted to stay close to the road and protect all our assets or all our equipment. But I wanted to point out, and the Real Bird took us to the land and showed us different sites where we can actually set up a camp. And so we went there, and we toured their property. And so, you know, we came back with that information, and we're still trying to figure out exactly where we're going to set up our camp, but we're going to send a team back there again to the land and find a spot, space where we're going to camp. I just kind of wanted to show you on the map. This map here was provided to us by the Rosebud family, and they took us on tour where we do the reenactment, and then they took us to the following year. And all this is grassland. And right now they're running horses there. And so we thought this place was probably really come close to where our relatives camped back then. And so we thought that we would set up a camp here because we need access to the trail to get in and out. And we were going to ask the older gentleman that lives here, realtor, we can park our equipment here in this area because there's a little knoll here and a high ground where the trees are, where we can store our equipment there. And it's easy access. You go up these two ravines here, back right on top of the hill, overlooking the Lavo site. Back here, we sent a couple of guys back here. We're looking in this area to establish a couple of needs back here along the river. So I'm wondering where the 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘 are going to camp. I was just trying to follow the old camp pattern. And so, you know, you guys take a spot here. But I thought maybe we can set our council lot closer to the river and let it sit. This is just my idea. You guys can change it anytime. Set up our council lot here. Set up all our teepees here, and then keep all our equipment behind our teepees. And you know how well they like to park in front of the teepees, so I don't know if you're going to allow that or not. But it will be all over, yeah. But anyway, that's the plan. And this is a highway that goes right back out to the area. So it is a blessing that they offered this land to us because we can actually be originally close to where our ancestors camped. So that's kind of our idea. And I know the Northern Triangle is saying they have their camp back up here. And I think they're going to set up their camp back here. So if you're following that pattern, we want to get as close as we can to that. But I'm going to bring this over. We have a group of people from here in Congo country who've been going to the Bighorn every year. They used to be one group, but they set up into two groups, and then I become the third group. No, I'm just teasing. But at some point, I'm going to come up after our presentation here, so maybe you can tell me that. Okay, Pauline, hold up. After our presentation, we have Pauline that wants to recognize the original, when we did the survey years ago, our treaty council, 𝗟𝗚𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, he's in the spirit world now. He tried to compile a list of names, and it kind of grew since then. And then I have my son, Ben Blackler Jr. here also, so he wants to say a few words also. So I'm going to
back ribs or walk out of the, having my head down here, walking towards my car. Anyway, go ahead and I'm going to turn it over to Chris. We're trying to keep it kind of short, but we have been involved in this from the beginning and really made a lot of progress. And we're a big one. So, thank you. Turn it over to Chris.
My name is Christopher 𝗟𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘 from Black Belt community, but for the more important part, so since the beginning, the unique thing about this event is like President Starkman said this morning, is that it's not one person's dream, it's not one person's idea. The culmination of the 150th comes from 150 years ago, after the battle, of the dream of our nation coming together for a greater cause than them. And that's relevant to each and every one of our people. Growing up as a kid, you want to be a part of something bigger than yourself. Sometimes it's a group of friends. Sometimes it's being a part of a sports organization. Sometimes it's being a part of a youth council. Something bigger than yourselves that makes you feel better about who you are as an individual. And our people had that our whole lives. Our people had that. And after the battle, that was taken from us. And it was that love, it was that trust that was taken from our nation. And so when this idea came up, for Rosebud, it's going to be different for any person you ask. For Rosebud, it started off with a conversation with my grandfather and I. He came back from Montana back in June 26 of 25. And we were just talking about it. And then conversations jumped from there to me and my mentor who talked about it. And with this idea of being on council for as long as I have, one thing that I've always heard about in all these meetings that we've had is this idea of unity, this idea of coming together. We've talked about it, we've heard it all day, so I won't go any more further than what it is, because we know what it is. But the biggest thing that I've noticed from looking back and observing is we're waiting for someone to do it. We're waiting for someone to make it happen because for some reason it just seems too big at the time for ourselves. Well, here we are today making it happen. And so I want to start off with that. And secondly, I want to start off with the Rosebud efforts. Rosebud has been we've been meeting since October. And at first, there was only a handful of us. It was only 4 or 5 of us. Sometimes it was just my grandfather and I in an empty room. But as time went, we learned to change. We learned to change with the times. We learned to adjust. We learned what worked and what didn't work. And then, beginning of this year, we took a new approach to it. And so what we did was, for this idea of Rosebud, a little kid wants to. Well, I'm not little no more, or a kid. But the little kid inside of myself wanted to bring our people together. That's the ultimate dream of bringing our nations together. We dream about that every day. And so, you dream of all these bands coming together, but how can you do that with your people first, your own tribe first? And that was the first real hill that you had to come across, because if you can't unite your own tribe, how are you going to expect to do it for the entire Great Sioux Nation, for the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡? And so I realized the thing that I was missing for myself was trust. And so I felt that, and I went through our tribal programs. I went through our tribal president, who is the supervisor of our tribal programs. I got her permission for this first event that was held here 2.5 months ago. And we made it during the working hours. I met our directors of tribal programs halfway to where they're at. And that's where we got started, was getting our tribal programs on board. Same thing as we're doing right now with all of you here. We got them into the room and we told them the who, what, where, when, and why. The 150th, who is that? That's us. That's each and every one of you that sits in this room. Because whether we think about it or not, a lot of our ancestors come from this battle. A lot of our ancestors that survived we can trace it back to this battle. We all had different names in those times. And whenever the translations came to English, we lost those real names. And so there's a lot of us that are truly related to one another that we do not know. the idea of oneness was so powerful and so strong that the United States government separated us because they knew what could happen if we came together again. The disease of the mind that came across the sea that poisoned each and every one of our people is still alive and well today. It masks itself with greed. It masks itself with jealousy. And it takes away this idea of love. And that's what we need to get back to with our people. One of the big questions that came up from this whole organization that we talked about was, well, we need a motto. What's our motto? And so for Rosebud, when we talk about the who, what, where, when, and why, the why was the biggest part. The why is what will wake you up in the morning and make you go. The why is what will lead you into the next 7 generations. And the why is waking up your spirit, however that may be. Waking up your spirit will be something that is bigger than just yourself. And we see it in everyday things. You know, we have good examples. The Bike Nation, the Iron Nation, you guys have a great example of what that looks like. An organization far bigger than just one nation because you guys believe in it. Our Tokala have multiple members from all across the nation. And so, RSYC. And so with that, we had our tribal directors in the room, and we encouraged this. We encouraged the idea of unity. And we talked about it, and we believed in it. And once we finally believed in it, it became a lot easier to come together. It became a lot easier to see the bigger picture once we all had this common goal, which is the 150th anniversary. You know, celebrating our ancestors. Because the biggest key in all of this that worked for Rosebud was taking away this idea of tribal leaders. Because the real leaders is those directors of those programs. The real leaders is the ones that wake up every single day to make sure that our tribal business is run, no matter what happens, no matter what the tribe administration does, the tribe still happens because of our real leaders in those programs. And so we keyed in on that. And our first meeting was really great. And so what we got out of that were points of contacts. And at this time, I like my points of contacts to make their way up here and to talk about what we've accomplished. We have 6 committees. We have the executive committee, which will see the overall logistics of everything, the financial side of it. We have our security committee, our security and safety committee, and they've done a lot of the work that I'm really proud of. We have our food committee that took the initiative to not only feed the members of the people from Rosebud that are going to be here, but for 2,000 people as a whole. We have our transportation committee that
So, one of the key things in all of this too, transportation, and how we are going to get our people up there. Our cultural committee, you know, we got to incorporate all of this because if we do anything, even when we do the youth thing, when we get Carlisle, our spiritual leaders are at the forefront. We always took the guidance of our spiritual leaders. And so our cultural committee is huge in all of this effort as well. And we have a medical side of it too, which is going to be incorporated into our wellness, but separate when we went home. And one thing that we want to accomplish of how far we are, that our my points of contact are going to talk about, is really trying to connect the whole circle when it comes to 3 key factors in all of this. If all our nations are going to get it, we need to centralize our security. We need to work as a single unit of the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘, our medical.
Our medical needs to be centralized too as well for the 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘, so we're not all running around and we know where to go, as well as our food. I understand every tribe will do their own, but it's all centralized. All the people will know where to go for the food. So with that being said, I'm going to allow our safety and wellness, our safety and security committee point of contact speak about what we've accomplished so far.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘. I work with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Correctional Facility. I've been over there for about going on 5 or 6 years now. I've made my way through most of the rank there, and I was able to have the privilege and honor of supervising a lot of shifts, a lot of staff, and a lot of inmates throughout my time there. And I learned a lot about working in high pressure, high stress situations. This is one of my officers as well that I brought with me, and he's a big part of this planning along with myself. What I really tried to do when planning for this, when I was asked to plan for this, was lean into a lot of the strengths that we provide our own officers within our facility, and that's things like basic security protocol, teaching our officers CPR, how to talk IPC skills, how to interpersonal communication, how to talk to inmates, all this other stuff. Recruiting, we're a part of the training department as well. We recruit for our facility. We do a lot of that on a day-to-day. So we lean into those strengths, and that's kind of what we started with. Was what's our plan going to be for security for our own Rosebud camp? But the question has been lingering for a while, and I just kind of wanted to bring it up. Is are we only providing security for our camp, or are we going to provide security for all tribal nations? And if you ask me, in my personal opinion, I believe we should be providing security for everybody. Everyone should feel safe coming to this event. Everyone should feel like they don't have to worry about their things being stolen, relatives being harmed, anything like that. I feel like we should all work together as one. Like we're talking about unity, we want to work together. We should all come together and make sure this is a very safe and fun and exciting event for everybody. So I'm going to share what I plan for our camp, and then if anyone wanted to piggyback off that, or come see me afterwards, and we can definitely network out and share some ideas. I already met with Steve, and we're going to be getting started on that side too. So that's one good step in the right direction. So what I went ahead and did was I developed a small site security plan. It involves risk assessment, control or credentialing. How are we going to monitor who comes into our camp? Is there anyone off limits? Are we going to be allowing outsiders to come witness our ceremonies, our sacred ceremonies, and stuff like that? Personnel and staffing, emergency response protocols that involve working outwards with other agencies, pro-agency, the local PD, the local fire department, knowing where those places are. So, should we have to transport somebody to the emergency room or something like that, having those addresses on and those phone numbers on hand. And gear and equipment, what are we going to be setting up as a camp? What are we going to provide? What do we need? Things like two-way radio, ATVs, UTVs, canopies, things like that. How are we going to identify ourselves? So going through some of that stuff. What I was able to come up with was we decided to stick with the number of 25 is what we're going to try to get for volunteers. And so far, with utilizing the resources within the tribe, I was able to get a flyer made, and we made a PSA for our recruitment efforts, and we already have 11 people that are contacting me that are going to be helping us, plus the 5 that are coming. So we're going to continue recruitment efforts to get security on our staff bulked up. That way, we're kind of planning to help everybody. That's kind of the goal here, over-prepared. We're going to be over-prepared for everything. And if it turns out that it's only going to be a small amount of people, then at least we're prepared for that, and we're not overwhelmed or anything like that. So recruiting efforts have begun there. And then also just going around to our own tribal programs, knocking on doors, seeing who they can offer up, who they want to help out with security, and what resources they have. Can they provide us with cases of water, or two-way radios, high visibility vests, canopies, camping supplies. Right now we already have a program that's going to help us out with about 100 sleeping bags, bedrolls. That way we can help distribute those not only to the camp, but to the security personnel that are going to be coming up as well. Kind of look out for them and everybody else that's willing to help out. We decided on how we're going to have overnight security. We made the decision to do 2 12-hour shifts, day and night crew, keeping up the night security. That way everyone feels safe. They can sleep soundly at night, not having to worry about anyone breaking into their cars, sneaking onto the camp, and causing any type of mayhem out there. So we're going to have 2 12-hour shifts. I have 5 sword officers. They're all highly trained in jail management and jail security and a few other topics, riot control. What happens if there's a riot in the building? We can bring that to this event and kind of have that safety there as well, but we're going to be helping supervise the security staff too, making sure everything goes smoothly, communication's effective, everyone's doing what they're supposed to be doing to make sure everything's safe. Some things we're going to provide, I'll just finish up here. Things that we're going to provide is CPR, basic first aid. We're currently getting our certifications for that, so that way we can bring that to the volunteers. We can certify them in that. It'll just help on the medical side of things. That way we can recognize serious medical emergencies and assist with that. Basic security protocols and procedures, basic foot patrols, what to look out for, how to talk to people who are in distress, things like that, how to identify anyone that may be intoxicated or on drugs, things like that, basic drug intervention. And then we're going to a basic search and rescue training, and we're going to bring that to the volunteers as well. And then another one is it's like a basic security training that we're going to be going to, and we're going to ask they give us the resources for that so we can train the other people, because we are instructors in many things, peppers, OC spray, pepper ball, taser, basic defensive tactics, things like that, baton. We instruct and teach our officers that, so we have experience in teaching people and instructing and going to other, even PD and stuff like that, helping out there whenever they need help with their officers to be trained. So we're going to bring that to these volunteers and try to help give them this advanced knowledge, because these are people that probably never done anything like this before and never stepped into this type of world. So we want to give them the best edge we can and prepare them as best we can, and really try to make this, like I said, the whole goal is to make this a very safe event that everybody doesn't have to worry about any fights breaking out or anyone drinking, using drugs or anything like that while here. We want to keep it sacred as we can and keep on to the agenda there. So that's all I have. He's going to say a few things to you.
Actually, 𝗟𝗩𝗘, my grandparents are Sheila and Russell 𝗟𝗩𝗘. I just want to apologize to the elders that I was speaking before. I just want to say it's an honor to be a part of this planning. It's also an honor to be here with all the other tribes, all the nations. I do want to say that we are very open-minded to any other security ideas for us, and it would be nice to collaborate with all nations, all the tribes. I know that's a big request, and not only with the security side, but in all aspects as well. With all the other committees. We do try to reach out with a few other tribes, and it's pretty difficult. I will say, I don't know what it is specifically on, why there's no full focus on this, because this is a big event. I'm sure a lot of you guys do know that. And the other thing that we want to go over is I do hear a lot of talks of the planning. It really don't sound like there's a lot of planning actually going on. It's just kind of talks right now. And today I thought we were underprepared a little bit as our tribe. Still trying to figure out the small things. But I mean, we're 2 months out. We should be over prepared at this point. Figuring the money side out, food, security, everything. So, this is very important that we're here today. I hope all you guys can return tomorrow with more ideas for us and for everyone else as well. That's really all I have to say, though. As Rosebud Security, we are very open-minded to more ideas and volunteers. Just get in contact with one feather here. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
One by one. Okay, so our next one, we'll have the food committee come up. And then on top of that, our point of contact for our food committee, she recently had some medical issue. So we have a stand-in for her, and I'll let her introduce herself, but she's also a key role in gathering our youth. And so she's also going to talk about that part after she talks about the food committee.
Hakiapi, Grace Mukasti, Machiapi, Naha Inuha, Chante Washe, Naben Chuzapi Show. Petri Washe, everyone. It's good to see you all here. I'm honored to be speaking in front of you all today. I'm here filling in for Marcita. She's at home getting some well-deserved rest and recovering, and I know she really wanted to be here. But for the food committee, we have met just one time, but it was a very productive meeting. We got a lot figured out. We have a menu made for the 3 days, the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Has been planned. We do have a grocery list made, and also a list of program donations from the tribal programs. Right now, our focus for our next meeting is going to be getting numbers for what exactly they're going to be donating and how much. We also started a pantry to collect dry goods, canned goods, and we're still looking for donations for those. And we also started purchasing food already. The main meat that we're going to be serving during those 3 days is going to be buffalo, and we're going to cook and freeze some of that before we head to Montana. And we are preparing food for about 2,000 people. And that will be shared not just amongst Rosebud, but amongst other tribes as well. We will also be cooking and freezing cakes beforehand, and we have 500 pounds of buffalo meat that was generously donated by RSC Game Fish and Park, so that's what we'll be using. And yeah, that's pretty much what we got for the food committee. Just still looking for donations and things like that. In our next food committee meeting, we will meet again on Monday, April 27th at 10 a.m. at the Veterans Building in Rosebud. And so I also wanted to speak on, we had, or tried to have a youth meeting today. To coincide with this meeting, we reached out to schools from all tribes in South Dakota. We tried to reach out to their student councils and youth groups. And we wanted to bring them all the youth together to kind of get them informed and teach them about this movement and this event that's being planned, and teach them the history about where they come from, and bring them together and get them on board. We didn't really have a lot of school show up. We didn't have any show up at all, actually. And so I just really, really want to encourage all the leaders here when you go home to get your youth together and encourage them to come, because we are going to be planning another youth meeting, because we've been a part of this planning since, for months. And I just feel like one of the main things that's missing here is the youth. We were trying to bring some of our youth, but they're busy today, but we'll be bringing them tomorrow. But we will be planning another All Nations Youth meeting. Hopefully soon. We're going to meet next week and talk about that. But hopefully at the next meeting too, I would like to invite tribal leaders to come and speak to our youth as well. So if anybody wants to get in contact with me afterwards and get together and plan something, I'm open to anything and everything. So thank you.
So, yeah, with that request, for all of you nations that are, going to participate in the upcoming meetings or any other event pertaining to the 150th, bring a kid with you, bring a couple of kids with you. And we really need to start incorporating this idea of one. We hear it all day. I'm 𝗟𝗓𝗡, I'm 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, I have a little bit of Shannon River in me too, that's on college right now. But I'm a mutt. I'm a Lakota at the end of the day. I'm a 𝗟𝗓𝗡 Lakota at the end of the day. And that nation is not, that band of people is never talked about because it's swept under the rug. Because that's the band that walked with Crazy Horse. And so this idea of our kids, we have an opportunity to give our kids a new understanding of what a relative looks like. That's what this waking up the spirit is being a better relative. That's what I learned when it came to trust, was being a better relative. And so that's what we can incorporate. We bring our kids here. And I know it gets boring in events like this. We also have an arcade next door too, so this stuff. But with that, I have our wellness committee point of contact coming up. And she's been working very rigorously, and I'm really proud of her. So I'll let her introduce herself and welcome.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jessie Pease. I'm an enrolled member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. My dad is actually enrolled in Core, you can see, so that's where my last name comes from. And I serve as an addiction substance abuse counselor for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And I've been the point of contact for the wellness committee, and we work collaboratively with the cultural committee as well. And so I'm just going to list the activities that we came up with, and the daily activities, some teachings, and maybe some donations and things that we might need some help with. So the activities that the committee came up with this far, and these would be daily activities, would be lacrosse, fishing, yoga, archery, and some park fletch. Our daily morning and evening, we will have a talking circle. We'll start the day with a talking circle, and we'll end the day with a talking circle. We'll also follow a talking circle with stretching in the morning, and I have a staff member who will facilitate a daily run. We're just really big on the fitness part of this too, like incorporating wellness for us all. And we're also planning to do a social dance, possibly the third day, as well as an educational presentation, which I'll let Steve kind of brief on when I get done. And then some teachings we'll have too is teepee setup and demonstration, as well as ceremony teachings, and then medicine pouch teachings as well, and also making of medicine pouches. We will also have on the health side of things, we'll have a hydration station as well as a first aid and tent. And I believe we are collaborating with the safety security with that too. So, which we kind of did for the Welcome Back with Thunders event. We had a tent that was kind of like a base for people go to, you know, if a child is lost or what. And then we are needing donations of fishing poles. We're also wondering if we need like a fishing license to be teaching those things or doing those things. And we'll also like donations for sage too, to make sure that we're smudging daily throughout the day as well. We'll need volunteers for the activities. And also we had another question too about doing a walk run on the 24th. So that would be kind of like going into the camp, and it's a 26-mile walk run, which once again, one of my staff members will help be facilitating that too. But that's just an idea that we were kind of talking about. Steve, do you want to brief on the event that you're going, or the education you'll be offering?
Steve 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 na wabirita niliye 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 pechuzi hapo matuwe zeni kutoma kaje leo inake ha bookshop kopra ya inspector I speak English. So the CHR program, I've been with the CHR program for about 19 years now, and the CHR world is needed. It's been in existence since 1968. Our grandpas and grandmas went to Washington, came back with the CHR program, and we've been helping and serving the people ever since. So Rosebud Sioux Tribe CHR program is all ready. We're ready to go. We're waiting for the day to come. The only thing we're left we got to do now is wait for the decision on how many of us are going from the program. We have 14 of us looking to the CHR program. So we're going to go ahead and provide basic first aid, the medical part, for all the tribes, all the nations. Pronounce it that way, medical part, for all the tribes, all the nations. We'll be doing a first aid station, like Jesse said, a hydration station. We'll have an elder care support team. We got CNAs on board. We'll have a tent set up to either cool you off or warm you up, depending on what the weather is on that day. And I'm going to go ahead and call ahead to the Crow tribe and to make a plan for transport, if we need to transport any people to the nearest ER or clinic there on the Crow reservation. And the river nearby there, we're going to go ahead and try to have some people, one, maybe two swimmers on the shore to keep an eye on everybody, all the swimmers, especially the children, as a lifeguard. Keep in mind, we CHRs, we're not doctors or certified lifeguards. We are CNAs, and our job will be to help people and help save their lives, as our grandpas and grandmas wanted us to do since 1968. And as always, to the best of our abilities as CHRs, we know we're gonna face problems like, diabetes, high blood pressure, low blood pressure, people with bad hearts, not like 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, he's got a broken heart. I don't know if we can fix that. Jesse's that's her part. So it's more, earlier I heard someone mention, more ideas the better. So I want to call a working friend, Tanisha. You can come on up and explain. The Great Plains Area CHR Association has a board of directors. They have a president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, representative. And I used to be the president there for about the last 7 years, but the election year came and it turned out could not run anymore. So we're going to have Tanisha come. She's from Standing Rock. She's a representative. And in the CHR world, we have an idea that we'd like to share with everybody. I'm going to let Tanisha explain what that is.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate the introduction. I apologize to my elders for speaking in front of you, and in the same breath, I say thank you for allowing me to do so. I'm a part of the Great Plains Area CHR Association, and I've been elected as a representative. Today, my goal was to start the conversation, and probably after I leave today, probably connect with Rosebud a little bit more to figure out. The goal was, like everybody is stating up here, is that we don't want to come just for our tribe. I know I'm from Standing Rock. I don't want to be there for just Standing Rock people. I want to ensure that all of our people, because we all come from the same 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, I want to ensure that we're all taken care of. The idea behind this, gathering all the Great Plains Area Association CHR programs, would be to create a health, wellness, and safety camp. I know there's a couple people up here, the security, Steve, even food. We would love to collaborate to kind of bring more resources together. So not just Standing Rock, not just Rosebud, not just 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, but there's 20 to 30 of us tribes that can come together and bring a little crumb so we can have one big slice of cake and make sure that our people are taken care of, that they're safe, that they're well, and that they're able to enjoy this event, which we all know a lot of our trauma, stems from a lot of these battles from years ago. So I'm a younger person in my capacity, but I really do have a passion of ensuring that our services are brought to our people and that we're able to, continue on taking care of not only our elders, but our young ones. The goal of the CHR camp would be to provide first aid CPR, which we would love to assist the other programs too. There's a handful of people within my program that are certified in emergency management, so we would have no problem helping and situating anywhere needed. I really think bringing the health, wellness, and safety all together to unify all of those resources would really be a great opportunity. Apart from providing just emergency management and first aid CPR, we would love to provide sunscreen, bug spray, electrolytes, pre-dose meds, hygiene products, and just a safe space for people to reset and reconnect in just a moment, for either for themselves or if they're trying to help somebody. So Standing Rock would definitely love to continue those efforts. And as a representative of the Great Plains CHR Association, I really do take pride on wanting to gather all of our CHR programs, because that's kind of what built a lot of that's what fills the gap in our IHS system, is a lot of our CHRs. A lot of them go out in the field, they go out in the homes and things like that. So this won't be new to us to be providing these services, like literally out in the field. So I hope that this conversation sparks a little bit more giddy up in everybody to want to start getting these efforts. Just know that I'm going to be leaving here with some newfound excitement and, you know, some people to reach out to and bother over the next couple weeks. So I'm really excited, and I'm really honored that I had the chance to come here. I'm only here for one day, but I absorbed as much knowledge as I absolutely could. Got donor names on my little booklet here, and so I'm really excited to be at the next one. I heard you guys are going to be blowing up Port Standing Rock's way the next meeting, so I hope that's still the truth, and I hope to keep bringing the Great Plains Area 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Association to the forefront to ensure that we can unify all of these services so we can fill that gap within our healthcare services. That way we're all well taken care of, because I know first and foremost that's kind of the goal here. We don't not only want to just travel to be a part of the celebration, we want to make sure everyone's happy, safe, and healthy while we're doing so. So again, I really appreciate your time. I don't want to take too much more of it. Just know that some of you will be hearing the name or seeing the name Tanisha, and just know that it's all good things, and all I want to do is collaborate, okay? Thank you guys, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Rodi. And on one more note on behalf of the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 program, just want to say, consider it a privilege and honor to be part of the planning meeting and the group that's going to go over there and honor the grandfathers. It's all about them. I have another group that's still the chairman, president of, descendants of the first Ocala of the Great Sioux Nation at the Greasy Grass, also known as Battle of the Little Bighorn, June 25th, 1876. Been going there for about 19 years. And I know James over there, there's been several superintendents for the last 19 years, and he's a real good person to get along with. So they treat us well when we go over there every year. And with that, turn it back over to Jesse.
So again, my name is Jessie Pease. If you guys want to reach out to me with any kind of collaboration on the activities that I mentioned, we do have people on our committee that will that have experience in all of these activities that would like to do, but we just need more help on getting them going the days of. So, and I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but my staff will be here, and Jordan can go ahead and he's the point of contact for the cultural committee. And we're also going to have our meeting on Tuesday, April 21st. The Wellness and Cultural Committee will be meeting. I believe we can also do a Zoom too if anyone wants to be a part of that. But we can contact me afterwards. Yeah, thank you.
My government name is Jordan Poigny. I'm from the animal community here on the Rosebud. I was just appointed a point of contact for the culture committee, so we haven't had an official meeting with me being there yet. But the plan is to gather all our spiritual leaders and decide what ceremonies and teachings would be appropriate for this gathering. There's been talk about, there's going to be an EP, but we're trying to decide whether or not, how are we going to use that as a teaching for the youth, and who are we going to have teach? I think the same goes for the teepees. We want to sort of have a solid teaching of why we have a certain amount of poles, why they're facing certain directions. Same with the Nipi Lodge too. We want our youth to know why these things happen. And I just said our meeting will be on Tuesday, and we'll probably be able to make a Zoom if you guys want to attend that. But I'll keep it short. Alexi also looks like he's ready to head out. I'll say, we'll be looking for you guys.
So we are still reaching out to individuals within the tribe, a lot of our elders too. So those of you that he'll be coming up to you, getting your contact information for the said meeting, because all input is needed. And at this time, we have CHR coming back up to have, we forgot to give something out.
Okay, she's back. Just one last thing. I got way too excited sharing some of my things, but one last thing. I know coming from somebody younger and somebody with a little bit of darker hair, I know sometimes it doesn't pull enough weight, but I really do want to encourage my elders and my mentors and people that have a little bit of weight to their voice to really encourage their own tribal CHR programs to really get connected within the Great Plains CHR Association. So I've been sending out communications to all of our CHR directors. So if you can, just give them a little whisper in their ear to make sure that they're participating in the association, because I promise we really try to get us all together to ensure that we're learning new things, going to new trainings, to bring back new information to our people, to ensure that we're healthier and better all together. So just know, please just encourage your CHR, your Tribal Health Authority, to participate in the Great Plains Area CHR Association. So again, this will be my last time, so I really appreciate everybody's time and being allowed to come up the second time. So thank you guys.
And so we have 2 more committees to go through, and so for the next one we'll have transportation come up, the key part in all of this. And so with that, I have I'll let him introduce himself.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's truly an honor for me to be here. My name is John Charles Arcord. I'm the director of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transit Services. I've been appointed the point of contact for the Transportation Committee, and it's certainly a huge responsibility. We've had a meeting already, and we do have a lot of commitment, which I'm very grateful for. For my program, we do have a 15-passenger bus, a 25-passenger bus, a 15-passenger van, and we're also going to provide 2 minivans for emergencies. So that's one of the things we took into consideration. You know, if anyone needed to get home right away, we would be able to run them home if they had to leave the campsite early at any time. So one of the biggest discussions that we had, and which is very important, is the number of people that want to go. And so what we did is we developed a barcode, and you can go. It's on our Facebook page, facebook.com, Rosebud Little Bighorn, and people can register there online, or you can get a hard copy from either the Secretary's office or from myself. And so we really need to know how many people we need to transport. So that's one of our biggest and main goals, is to get a number and figure out how many vehicles we're going to need. And so I have commitments from St. Francis Synod School that's going to provide some buses. We also have commitments from SGU that's going to provide some buses. And if there's anybody else that can partake, or we're certainly not done yet. We're going to continue planning and reaching out to other people. One of the biggest things too is safety. We talked about, you know, insurance, and then making sure everybody is covered, and that we take the proper measures to make sure that insurance is taken care of. So all of those things we're working on. There'll be some things that I'll need to get to the President Wood and I, so we can make sure all these things are covered. So we really had really good dialogue. I think we had like 15 people show up to our first meeting. We're going to continue to have other meetings. We already have commitment as far as gas and drivers, so that's a good thing. But everything went really well, and I think this is a huge task, and I'm like I said, I'm very honored to be a part of it, and I appreciate everybody coming here, and it's great to see everybody from the different tribes. I'm truly honored to be a part of that as well. And like they mentioned earlier, our bus is probably out here now, but there's a tour that was going to go on, and they're probably going to be leaving here soon, but we wanted to take you guys to the museum in St. Francis, out to SGU, down to Crazy Canyon. So, you know, those are some things that we could probably plan another trip tomorrow if need be, if there's people interested, but I just wanted to throw that out there too. But I appreciate everything. It's an honor for me to be here. Thank you, President Wood and I, and Russell and Chris and everybody. Thank you, Mr. President, from Oglala and everybody else. So with that, I just wanted to keep it brief and short, but we're certainly on task to get people moved, and we're going to continue working on that. So, thank you.
So I want to, at this time, we also have our Iron Bike Nation. And the unique thing about this coordination is it gives the perfect example of where we're trying to be when it comes to the 150th. At this time, I'll let him introduce himself and anyone that he's brought forth and let him present his presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ricky Jones, enrolled member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. We came together, this is Doug Johnson from Oglala. We came together to bring this ride. There was a few questions that were brought up during today's presentation. We're expecting up to 400 bikes for this. We got word put out a few months ago. We've been getting calls back from Florida, Canada, Colorado, and everywhere. People want to be involved. We talked about the noise aspect of it. I've been working with Chris close to pinpoint a time when we can come in, so there is no horse activities going on. So we don't have a bunch of people on horseback. As of right now, we kind of pinpointed 2 p.m. on the 25th. We are going to meet on the 24th in 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘. We got together with the mayor of 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘. She's going to come out, give us a blessing, kind of roll out the red carpet for us right there in 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘 at the park. We're going to do some blessing of the bikes. Doug's going to talk a little bit about who we have coming with us. We have some spiritual help with us that's going to come with us. So I'll let him give you some information.
Thank you, Whitney. Doug Johnson, my chapter. I just want to say thank you for letting me stand in front of you today. It's a privilege. This is my first meeting of our council members from our district. I think she kind of brought up our ride at the last meeting in buildings, I think. So I didn't get a chance to attend it. I was busy with work. I just had a couple of questions that I want to get the parks information, email, phone number, whatever. And I just want to say that Chris brought up a really good point earlier about unity. Our club, I'm Oglala Sioux, 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. We're a brother club. We're all about unity. Everything that we do is always about unity. This is a great honor for me and for Whitney to gather and make this ride possible for this anniversary. I just want to bring it up, the purpose of our ride today. Just so everybody knows, not a lot of people know what our club's about. So our purpose for this ride is to ride our 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘. We call them iron horses. We ride in honor of our 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, our brave warriors of the Battle of the Bighorn. That's the purpose of our ride. And yeah, like Whitney said, I think he's kind of being honest with 400 riders. But we're going to try to coordinate with, Whitney's already contacted the mayor of 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘. We're going to try to coordinate with the 𝗟𝗡𝗩𝗘, either Sheriff's Department or Police Department, being an escort. We want to try to coordinate with South Dakota Highway Patrol, Wyoming Highway Patrol, Montana Highway Patrol, and if at all possible, the either Crow Police or Northern Arapaho or whatever, or Northern Cheyenne. You know, we understand all the safety concerns that everybody has with motorcycles and this ride and everything. We have organized numerous rides, charity rides, suicide rides, honoring rides. We've done numerous escorts. We do a veterans ride in Sturgis every year that has 300 plus bikes. So I've seen accidents. I've been in accidents myself. It's not a good thing, I understand that, but it also comes with experience. Most of our riders that come on these big rides like this are seasoned riders. We call them seasoned riders. Somebody who's got years and years of experience under their belt and know how to handle their bike in these big packs. So, and then another thing that was brought up is mixing bikes with horses. I've heard that numerous times. When you think of a biker, you think of somebody that's going to go out and just be unruly and basically just cause problems. You know, we're not all that way. We're just all people like you, normal people with daily jobs. You know, the average. We just want to drive for a purpose, just like our horseback riders do. So we know how to be safe, and it's kind of inevitable that we're going to have people on horseback whenever we show up. You know, there's always going to be that kid that wants to ride the horse in the campground, or somebody that's going from one camp to another on horseback. We're going to do our part to make sure that everybody's staying safe and taken care of. So I just want to read our agenda so everybody kind of knows. Just so everybody knows what our agenda is. Like Whitney said, gathering on June 24th in 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 at the Center Nation Park. That's our land spot. Blessing of the bikes at 8 a.m. June 25th. Departing from 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘, this is just a tentative time, 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. Whitney likes to run on 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 time, so it's always an hour ahead of time. Hour late, I should say. Our first stop's going to be Broadus, Montana. It's not an actual stop. It's just a stop for those who need a fuel stop. So, fuel stop and rehydrate stop. We will have, if it's not our club vehicle stop, somebody from the 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Corps. We have all the Sioux Nation is bringing their own support vehicles. So we will have a support vehicle there with fuel, tools, water, snacks, everything you can think of for our riders. So our riders are taken care of by our own support vehicles. The last stop will be at the camp at the Battle of Little Bighorn. We really don't have an estimated time right now because it depends on what time we leave. I guess I got nothing else. I can't explain everything else. So if anybody has any questions, you know, we're up for answering any of those questions. I'm sure somebody's got some questions. Thank you.
So before we, that was kind of what Rosebud had. I'm really grateful for the collaborative efforts that our tribal programs have had. You know, every tribe has this idea of a well-working machine, and I'm finally able to witness it through our tribal efforts with Rosebud's planning. So at this time too, we have an opportunity when it comes to looking for funding, because I know that this is going to cost a penny here and there, well, more than a penny, probably a couple of $100. And so we have a representative from Unique Collective here to talk about the opportunity. So I'm going to give him that time, let him introduce himself.
𝗟𝗜𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘, Foster Tonight 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡, I'm the license coordinator at Indian Collective. Just wanted to present a really good opportunity for you all. This is a part of our Community Action Fund. I would write that down. It's on our website. It is a grant application that you have to apply for, but it's for situations like this: nonviolent direct action, organizing, momentum, movement building. And so if you go on Indian Collective's website under the Community Action Fund, you can receive the award amount up to $15,000 to support the cause. And it's for individuals, tribes, tribal programs, grassroots, nonprofits. And we approve them on a rolling basis. The application is open right now. I highly encourage everyone to take advantage of this opportunity because we heard before that financial was a barrier to some people. And so if you're looking for that for supplies, materials, fuel expenses, etc., I highly encourage you to look into that. Again, it's called the Community Action Fund under Indian Collective. 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘𝗥𝗔𝗚𝗘.
So, with that, I just want to say thank you for those of you that are still here and those of you that are listening online. I want to again extend my heartfelt thank you to you guys and encourage you to partake in this big planning event. I know it's coming out of this last minute, but as nations are, we're very good under working under last minute. Just think about that. Think of our powers. We can get things done last minute, but we do need to collaborate together to make that happen in a good way. So for those of you that are out there,
Yes, thanks for that presentation there, Chris. Well, now you know what the Rosebud Sioux Tribe are up to. That's a good presentation there. And then, you know, for some of you that need ideas and things like that, well, there you go. You have plenty of ideas to bring to the table. Before we wrap this up, I want to recognize our relatives to the north, also the Northern Cheyenne, Vice President 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡. I know they were on a mission. Dion was here representing you guys, and he said you guys flew in from somewhere, so that's how you guys roll, huh? You flew in. But I just wanted to recognize them. So with that, okay, hang on. Now what's the story? Wow. Well, I can give you, what do we are, political? I'm just kidding. Okay. Okay. Oh, So, you know, of course, we always, we're always on Indian time, so, you know, sometimes the schedule don't go accordingly. Yeah. So, we'll end this meeting with a prayer, and then we'll have the drum group, if we can, give us a song, and we'll carry the staff out and end the meeting for the day. Testing. I don't know.
Tokasto Kataka, Henai, Oya, the Hawopi located. Na tona oichi manikago te hena awai champi Tokasto Kataka, Zania, Tiata Tihoni Pinaha, Tokata, Tiawaki, Tokasto Kataka, Chanteo Share HFT, Oi, Unichapi, Bitaku. Open up.
If I can get some of the tribal leaders up here, we'll, tribal leaders, if I can get you up here. Ernie. Tribal council, the councils. Spiritual leaders. Hoka.
Gotta do that.